from it. However, can't always live in the past. I must continue pushing forward. So let's come out of this and get started with today's... I hesitate to call these Caesar 3 maps challenges. If I start saying that, people are going to make Caesar 3 maps that are just tailored towards whipping me relentlessly. Not to say I don't enjoy that in Caesar 3, but some variety is nice, and we're certainly getting a bit of variety in our latest map. It's called A Very Little Lamb. Custom map made by Illustration. I do have a custom map that'll be running soon that isn't made by Illustration, surprise, surprise, but today I've got booked up with John. So, lambs here. Oh, yeah, you give it the subtext, the silence of the lambs. Don't know why, there's nothing silent about it. Anyway, at first glance there doesn't seem to be anything special. 85 prosperity is high, but it's not that high. 80 peace, but there's no military activity, so that's really just a timer for us. There is no countdown timer actually, there's no lose condition aside from Toga Boy coming and destroying you. A culture demand, which is surprising, but 45 is easily attainable, except for one thing about this map. High favor requirements and a very low population requirement, and you'd be forgiven for thinking, what? What's the problem here? Well, this is the problem. This is the size of the map. It is tiny. This is the smallest size of map you can possibly make in this game. Let's compare it to the map size of, say, Grimsby, or Londinium, or Nibelungenlied. Yeah, the map size we get with lambs is like that central tiny part of Nibelungenlied. Let's load it up, immediately pause, and start considering our options. This map has me all sorts of excited, because this is a challenge that I face quite often in maps, but never with the map itself. What I mean is I'm often tasked with cramming things into tight places, but those are tight places on a map. In this case, the map itself is extremely limited, so everything needs to be planned out and put in the right place. Well, I say that, we always build on the fly here. And with a paltry starting denarii fund of 1120, that is very small. Cripes. Well, at least we are on very hard mode. God effects on. I have to make sure of that. It would be embarrassing to start up a campaign and not have it on that mode. So, that's tough. That's really tough. What are the problems that we face on this map? Well, the size is the biggest problem here. I have 3,500 people to shove into such a tiny place. And you might think, yeah, but the areas look quite good. Look how open this land is compared to some of the horrible places you've had to use before. Yeah, but we also have to get in all of our industry, our entertainment, our living ground, everything onto this extremely limited amount of space. We've got all the water, all the health, all the gods, including oracles. John was feeling super generous when he made this map. He allowed me to build oracles. Oracles are very powerful in a lot of ways. They save a lot of space and they help with desirability. They do cost a fair bit, especially if you have to import the marble that you need for them. We'll get to that one. But yeah, they're very powerful, and he put them there because he thinks we're going to need them, I'm sure. All the education, all the edutainment, including the biggest piss take on this map, which is the hippodrome. The hippodrome takes up 5 by 5 by 3 spaces on the map. That's a lot of space. I think I'm going to build one anyway. Looks like we get access to all of the civil buildings, but no triumphal arches because there's no military activity. Shouldn't be a big deal for us though. All of that. The only defense we have is prefecture. That's going to be a bit of a pain for killing all of these sheep. They're really going to get in the way, so we need to take care of them. Now the big question, what can we farm and what can we get as raw resources? We've got ample land for farming here. I mean, it wouldn't be a lot in a regular map, but it makes up most of the map on this. And we can only farm wheat. Now wheat is great on central and desert maps because it produces food twice as fast as regular, but there's also access to fish. So we've got two of the highest output food buildings because we can have access to wharves here, and since it's so close to the fishing point, they're just going to be pumping out fish like no tomorrow. John says that every map that he makes has fish in it. Sometimes useful, sometimes not. As for raw resources, we only have clay. So only clay and wheat sounds like Brundisium. Yeah, the career map, one of the very first ones. So, yikes to that. That means our economic output is going to be struggling. Let's check out the economic points here. So we are over in Cyrene, and we have a land trading partner with Leptis Magna, which is a bit of a joke because they will only buy goods that we cannot produce with Leptis Magna alone. So it will be strictly necessary to set up a dock and a sea trade route. The bigger joke is that all of these sea trade routes use all of our money, meaning that debt is almost guaranteed. If you played this game extremely conservatively, got people up to hovels very quickly, actually you could get them up to small insulae very quickly, and taxed the living daylights out of them, you could make just enough tax to open up these sea trade routes without going into debt. Screw that, I'm just going to go to Toga Boy and demand a bailout and get these ones set up. I hope you like sheep, says John. I won't be liking them by the end of this, so I'm going to need to spend time and money making sure that my prefects put them to sword, complaining that those soldiers are too strong to fight. So, discounting Leptis Magna for the time being, we're going to need to think about early trade. Well, I always do, but when we only have this much money, I absolutely do. I wonder if when John makes his maps, he realizes that the starting denarii that he sets for us gets cut down by, I think, a quarter when we play on very hard mode, which of course we do. He probably does. He's a monster. Monster in human form. Right. Have you given up on Tab? I'm playing Tab tomorrow, Spy Hunter. Where'd you get that idea? Right, Syracuse will buy our pottery. They will buy a ton of pottery. That is good. We want Syracuse. Corinthus will buy pottery. They'll buy a ton of pottery. This is good. We want Corinthus. On top of that, they'll also sell us the marble that we need for oracles, and the iron they sell us, as well as that vine that they sell us, can be used to make weapons and wine to sell onto Leptis Magna. So straight away, Corinthus looks amazing for trading with. Syracuse would sell olives and vines to make the oil and the wine, but the weapons, I think weapons are the most expensive trade goods, so we want to make those for exporting. On top of that, Miletus doesn't buy anything that we can make initially. They do, however, give us the timber that we of course need to make furniture to provide these trade quotas. All sounds amazing, except where are we going to put this industry? We don't have space. Well, we'll just have to figure that out, won't we? Oh, I put a prediction up if you think I'm going to beat this map or not. Baron tried this map for a good 12 hours and could not beat it. In fact, he tried it twice in the same day because he got really frustrated at not being able to beat it, and it proved too much for him. But it is a John map. John maps are very difficult. Baron doesn't have the best track record with them. Not that I'm trying to make a jab at poor Baron here. I'm sure he tried his best. Okay, how am I going to approach this map? Well, I have an idea. My idea is that almost all of my people are going to live over here, and this will only be filled with houses and the services that they need. This side will be my industry, my farming, basically everything else, including the entertainment. I can shove, say, a Colosseum over here, and then I can have gladiators and lion tamers walk a big loop around here to get to it, and that will give these guys their entertainment. Probably won't do that. What I'll probably do is smack down a hippodrome here. Look at the perfect location for it, made to measure, and it just seems like such a swag move on the map to build a hippodrome in such a limited space. Then again, it's going to chew up a lot of workers, so I might have to rethink that approach. Anyway, let's not forget the important things. Let's set our tax rate way down. And I'm thinking about raising my wages immediately because it raises your prosperity. But money is going to be really tight, so let's avoid that. Why don't you read Caesar's letter to us? Because I couldn't actually find it. I know it was somewhere, but I could not find it. Let me double check and see if I have it. A toll on taxes, a toll on taxes. No, I've just got the map in the save file. I don't have the blurb, which makes me very sad. Baron had it and it sounded really funny, but I do not, so too bad. The long story short is that all the if you watch the Atoll on Taxes thing where we made a tax haven in Greece, that destabilized the empire so badly that they're in horrible financial difficulties. How long do you have to beat this map? There's no time limit. Well, there's no hard time limit, but there are other problems that'll come. If we take too long, demographics are going to shift. All the working age 20 and 30-year-olds are going to become 50 and 60-year-olds where they don't work anymore, and that's going to vastly reduce my labor pool and cause a lot of problems with employment. So let's hope we don't get to that issue. Right, how am I going to be starting this then? I am going to draw you up to here, draw you down to here. Gonna get rid of some of this initial... Actually, this initial road looks like it'll quite handy. Let's keep that for now. 1, 2, 1, 2. Ooh, just not quite the right shape. Maybe I could just have it like this instead. Ugh, that is tight. I don't like it. So my initial idea is that since I want to build a lovely hippodrome here, I might as well fill it full of plebs right now. This is an approach that I like to do with all of my maps, where an area that I know I'm going to build up with something that will be necessary into the mid and late game of my building, usually a patrician area, but in this case hippodrome area works just as well. I initially fill it up with horrible pleb housing, knowing that I'm going to be destroying them. It's a good approach. I like it. I believe in it. Do I really want to seal this off entirely? I don't know yet. Well, there goes all my money, but that's okay. It was to be expected. Let's try and keep ourselves out of debt just a little longer, because the moment you hit debt, you're on a bit of a ticking clock for Toga Boy. Then he won't be very happy with you. Oh, speaking of that, we're given a very generous architect salary of 8 denarii per month. I have had an epiphany when it comes to salary. Keep it set at 2, unless you are dripping with money. So, in every run I've done up until now, to keep Toga Boy on my side, I save up 200 denarii and send him a large gift. Turns out it is much, much more optimized to set your salary to 2 and give him a small gift every year. It is much cheaper. The only problem is remembering to do it every year, and I'm bad at that. Okay, so we've got a little bit of pocket change left over. And people should be migrating into the city. There's Nyx.
I've heard there are jobs here. Ah, I want to be a lion tamer.
I love that. Ah, that sudden realization. Yes, lion taming. I could do that. Sweets, man. Right, there you go. Oh god, I'm already almost out of money. Knowing John, the invasions might start ramping up like crazy longer. There are no invasions on this map, and thank god there aren't, because you have nothing to beat them back with. And no space with which to beat them back. If there were invasions on this map, I don't think this map could be playable without knowing exactly where they are in pre-positioning, because they could come from here, and they could come from here. So you couldn't realistically build in this area, and you couldn't realistically build in this area, because it would just immediately get torched by invaders. That leaves you with... No, could not be done. Not a chance. Not a hope in hell. A single fort would ruin the desirability for the whole map. It would be pretty bad. You'd put the fort up at the edge of the map in that case.
If I don't get some food soon, I'm leaving this city.
Please don't leave my city. Okay, I'm just trying to squeeze out every moment I can with this pathetic amount of denarii that I have. And I'm just trying to get people into the city. As soon as I have them in the city, I'm going to build up my industry big time. And then just try and pump it out as fast as possible. But I should wait to get as many people as possible, because industry chomps up workers like there's no tomorrow. And for many of these Romans, there will be no tomorrow. There's no food for them, not even any water for them. I don't tend to believe in watering small tents. I mean, it's nice the extra space that they get, but it's just wells that you'd have to pull down later. Also, wells cost 5 denarii. I don't have 5 denarii. Are you using special sauce, Julius? Ah, Nyx. I'm glad that you asked, because I completely forgot. I should have had that set up as the default, but I did not. Right, I'm about to go into debt. The Parasaurus Rex is going to come after me next month when I pay the prefect and engineer wages. But at least the people should love me right now. No, the people are indifferent. Oh yeah, they're...
You got through those funds quickly. Try to make these new funds last longer.
I should go into the game files and make those louder. They're pretty good. Right, it gave me the bailout, but I have loads of unemployment right now, so I'm going to start putting that to work. How am I going to put that to work, though? I might experiment with invasion sizes under 10 on a map like this someday. Please don't, John. Don't get any ideas. Right. How's this gonna work then? I need to think about this a little bit. My first exports are going to be pottery to Corinthus, but Corinthus will buy an absurd amount of pottery. Oh, it's good. Well, I know I need to open this trade route anyway, so let's just pay for it. Well, should it be Corinthus? Is there any good reason to do Syracusae instead? No, Corinthus is even cheaper, so we'll go for you. So there are 40 bits of pottery that I can export each month now. That's pretty good. That is... how many clay pits? Well, 5 clay pits will suffice. Do I want this to loop? I need to think about this question right now, because what I could do is have this go around like that. It would loop, but would that be better? Looping is often better. I don't know. I just don't know. This gives me access to that 2x2 there, which could be quite handy. Right, so I'm going to have you come down here. I know I'm going to need a dock somewhere around here. Is it better to have it there or there? I'm thinking here, because I reckon this is a good area for my farming. And I don't want to tear up everything as soon as I'm ready to build elsewhere. Which side of this should the dock be on? Does it matter? There isn't space for ship bridge there, nor there, so it might as well be as far away as possible. Can't think of a good reason for it not to be. Oh, we're embracing the ultra debt. It's okay though. It's all part of the plan. What exactly is the plan? We don't know. Right, 1, 2, 1, 2. Not sure I like that. I want there to be very, very little movement between dock and warehouses. So I might have you here, and that gives me space for a warehouse here and here. And then I want to leave this bit open for people to come through. Warehouse, warehouse, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2 is important because then I can get maximum amount of industry in here. So I guess you're just going to be coming down like so. People aren't going to be fed for a long while though. There are various reasons I don't like this setup, but we'll make do with it. I'm also going to need some godly things, because I bet the gods aren't happy. Oh, they are very not happy. Well, that's a damn shame for them. Okay, let's get to work. I need that pottery done ASAP. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. Should I make 5? I don't have the unemployment for 5 of those, so we're going to have to make do with 4. And we're going to need pottery. Pottery up the wazoo. 1, 2, 3, oh man, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That'll have to do for now. And I'm actually going to turn pottery off. Well, I can't yet, but soon I will. There's no point in having them operational until they get their first shipments of clay, which might take a little while, so I'll give them that. I need those gods to stop being so unhappy, so much as I hate building these when not necessary. 1, 2, 3. Damn these sheep. Damn these sheep to hell. There you go. This is a convenient place for an engineer's post and a prefecture. The prefect will eventually kill the sheep that are hanging around here. And I will get the warehouse soon. Now I'm on a ticking time bomb here. In 12 months, Caesar is going to cowp his wine... That's not a glass, is it? His wine little tin pot against the pillar. And then 12 months after that, he's going to order my arrest. Can't be having that. Cannot be having that. Right, so pottery is off. Spare me the workers. Make the workers all work down in those clay pits. Starting to wish I'd left myself more space for clay pits here. There's space for them here. I will need Mondo industry. That is to say, lots and lots of industry. I'm going to want a little bit of worker here, just in case people don't get up to there to... I want workers here so that everybody has access to workers. I'm not entirely sure everybody can actually... Yeah, if you spawn here and you only walk this way, you're probably not going to meet any of these people. And I still will need more unemployment. So mayhaps I should just fill this up with a bit of workers. I can always tear them down later. But they're going to need extra prefecting. And yes, I realize I forgot it. Doctor. How's my health? Below average, right. Well, fortunately the doctor will take care of that. I did forget about him. Rookie mistake, not building a clinic at the very start. Leads to fumigation. It's not the world's biggest problem, but when you're on a minus 2,000 denarii, what's the word I'm looking for? Budget. Then you can't really afford these kinds of mishaps. Need more clay. I think I'll build one... Damn these sheep. Prefect, go and kill the bloody sheep. There we go.
This soldier's too strong for me. I'm not paid enough to fight.
It's just a sheep, man. Just a bleeding sheep. Alright, people are still indifferent to me. Mars is displeased. Probably Mars is struggling to get access to labour. Oh, well, no, he got it eventually. What I could really do with is a Neptune blessing. Well, once my pottery is operational. Right, I have enough unemployment to comfortably have my pottery on, and I will sell every bit I can. Stormy seas immediately, so I won't be having a trade boat coming for a wee while. That's a horrible thing to have, stormy seas and land trade route sandstorms or landslides. They're really nasty. It just adds unpredictability to your trading partners in a game where you thrive on predictability. Alright, come on, get those pottery workshops working. It's in the name. Good, good, good. Look at those piles of clay flow. Ugh, they just put them all into this one pottery workshop. I wish they'd dispersed a bit more, but they did not. How strong are sheep? Can you pin them down with tools? Without tools? You can move sheep by building next to them. If you build next to them, they'll move away, but you can't build on top of them. Except for with housing. You can build housing on top of sheep. And that does pin them down, I believe. So this isn't fantastic. I don't have any pottery available for anyone just yet. Also, you are right in the way of where I want my first workshop. You are getting on my nerves, little sheep. Did I say workshop? Because I meant warehouse. Warehouse needs to go right here, and you are right in the way. What if I build that there? You gonna move away? Good, that moved you away. I know I need this warehouse, so I might as well build it. And this warehouse will accept pottery. And let's set us up for iron and weapons immediately, because those are the big bang for bucks.
I'll fight to the death. This city's safe while I'm still alive.
He must think he's so cool saying that. I'm trying to get these sheep onto the roads so that the prefects can kill them on the roads. Alright, I think I solved the health problem. Yeah, health is average, which is fine. People will get food, which is less fine. And the pottery is finally flowing. I need that pottery out of here like nobody's business. Neptune is exalted. He could give me a blessing. This would be the worst time for him to do it because it's coming up to the end of the year, so it would be wasted. Mars gives me a useless blessing. We shouldn't need a blessing from Mars, given that there's no military whatsoever on this map. Right, get those sheep onto the roads, let the prefect kill them. Risk of fire should be pretty minimal. Good. Good, 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 good. That stormy sea is preventing another trade ship from coming and taking my pottery right now, which is a problem. Caesar is going to cowp his wine glass in May 111 BC. So that's pretty much my timer there. Right, I'm just building roads to try and make those sheep go into the other roads. It's not working here. They don't want to move from there. Oh, well, there you did. That's excellent.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
Right. Seriously, Neptune, you're exalted with me. Now is the time to give me all that you can. I really need more pottery made. Right, let me think. If you were there, then I could have one there, and there, and there. So I'm actually going to build you here, and build myself up a couple more pottery workshops. Just to keep that pottery flowing, I need the pottery money initially, like nobody's business. It's a pretty comfy viewing experience with a tiny map, I can imagine, because you can see everything here. I'm tempted not to sell this stuff because if I get Neptune's Blessing, I'll get double money on it, and I am expecting a Neptune Blessing at some point. But I'd rather get it sold right now so I can make sure that I deal with the quotas for 112, and then in 111 it'll be a fresh new load of quotas. Besides, look at the pottery coming in. Hopefully I get that Neptune Blessing, and then that stuff can be sold at double.
Another successful voyage. The profit from this place makes the seasickness bearable.
Unemployment is a perfect 0 right now. We are not short on workers. Everybody who could work is employed. Venus gives me a blessing, which is pretty useless because everybody loves me anyway, right? Oh, they're very pleased. Good enough. Wait, now I'm short a few employees. Unacceptable. I'll bring in a little bit more housing for a few more people. Because I'm desperate. Oh, their poor bleating hearts. Let's just bring in a few more people and try and get that sheep away from there. Almost massacred all the sheep in this area, which is fine. Neptune, please, that blessing. I need it. Oh, well, that's the problem there. He's only delighted. Right. I will rather happily give Neptune another temple if it means he's going to bless me, because I need that money. Caesar is about to flip. So let's give him a Greek manuscript right now to try and keep him a little less angry. Just tuned in. Looks spicy, says Warcall. Don't know what constitutes spicy in your eyes for Caesar. Okay, I got Neptune's Blessing in March, which is pretty good. Means I should be pumping out every last drop of everything that I can. Also means smooth passage. Right, I should be buying in that iron so I can turn it into weapons, but I can't afford the cost, funnily enough. Well, I think I can. Right. Just means that I need weapons thingers right here. And probably here as well. Which means I'm going to import the... Do I really want them done there, though? Might be more prudent to have another warehouse set up right here, but oh god, the unemployment issue. Okay, I need more people. Need people. People need space. Don't have space for people. People also cost money to house. And there's no industry I can really take away from for this. I wonder if I can just, like, slam some people over here. Just in a desperate attempt. I would cut off the people over here, though. Right, this is just purely to get in some emergency employment. So they can work my weaponsmiths, which will necessitate the importing of iron. Oh, but it's a new trade route to open that up, isn't it? Right, well, import the iron, get the weapons made first. Give me that double money. This is pretty good. Get all that pottery in. I see you guys coming in with your cartloads of pottery. I need it now more than ever. Don't let Caesar flip his lid! Oh, he's going to flip his lead. Shouldn't have imported that iron. Oh. Impressively so. Caesar won't be flipping any lids. Not yet, at least. We managed to just barely stave it off. And it's over 2 years, Tarkin. Okay, he did flip his lid because he went back into debt because I imported that little bit of iron. Please, Caesar. My plans were
Another
benevolent.
successful voyage. The profit from this place makes the seasickness bearable.
The Emperor is angry at you. Oh, you don't say. Right. I need these weapons made. Oh, I got the unemployment that I need.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
Tempted to make a different warehouse for it. It's kind of comfy having it all in one place, though. Once I have some weapons, we're going to open up that outer trade route and start selling to them. There's also something to be said for importing those vines and making wine. More money is better money. But we have a lot of capacity for making weapons, so screw it, I'll just open this up now. Tell you to trade away every weapon we can. Yeah, no, my focus should be on the weapons. Gonna set up another weapons industry with that in mind. Just jamming all the industry here that I can. Heavens knows I'm going to be needing it. I don't need to show Neptune any favoritism anymore, so I'm going to get rid of his temple there, spare myself a couple of extra workers. There's the first of the weapons coming in. Great. Now the weapons sell for double this year, so we already have more denarii than we started out with. As soon as that gets up to a few thousand, I'm going to start building up my, my one and only living block over here.
Another successful voyage.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods? Careful. I wish these workers would take more care when they load the beasts up with my new purchases.
Yeah, there were some voice lines that I just could not delete from the fan-made voiceover pack for this game. Lucky's was one of them. Hell, I bet you can't even tell which are official and which are fan-made. It's that well done. It's a lot of iron. I wish I could limit my iron exports. It's eating up a lot of this warehouse space. The amount you get in is dependent on the amount of industry that you have for it. Right, starting to think that I want to open up a fresh new trading route with... You know, Miletus might not be that bad. But Syracuse I will buy up that pottery of mine. Just to constantly keep the pottery flowing, it's quite important. Especially right now when there's all this money to be made, so yeah. Syracuse I can see yourself opened up. And yeah, I even have the money to open up Miletus. So let's just have all trade opened up. I'm not sure if I'm ever going to want 2 docks. I might just have 1 dock that's always very overburdened, because I doubt I'll have the space for 2 docks. There we go. Just buying up all of that pottery of mine whilst it's going for double rate. It's ideal. And since this is where they go to trade, it takes very little time for the dock workers to do their thing. There we go, even those weapons are going away at double rate. This is wonderful. I'll have to clear away some of these people to make room for more industry here. I gotta get all the industry flowing, every drop of it possible. Now you could say why not start getting on that oil and that wine, and I am considering it. I am considering it. No, focus on what we need to do. Well, what I need to do is build up that housing area. This seems like the easiest way to go across to this area, although... Should I really have put it in there? Probably could have put it out there. I think I prefer it going here. As opposed to I am actually thinking about, yes, that saves me 1 whole square here. Don't know what I'll use that 1 square for. Maybe I'll want a doctor or a barber there, who's to say. Now, fortunately, there is no local access to timber, which means I can destroy all of these trees that John put down. I usually feel pretty bad about it. John makes his maps look astonishingly good. and I'm just coming along with my big Roman spade and just digging it all up. But I need every square of this. And trees give two benefits to any governor. One is you can cut trees to make lumber. Well, I don't have access to lumber yards, so that's a no-no. The second is that they block enemy invasions. An enemy cannot path through even the tiniest bit of shrubby tree. But since there's no invasions here, that's also not a problem. So, huzzah, nothing to worry about. Okay, this is the decision that makes or breaks this map for me. How do I build my housing lot here? Now, I reckon I could even shove 4,000, maybe 4,500 people here. Now, it wouldn't be that hard because I'm very good at building dense plebeian housing. But we haven't talked about that prosperity rating yet, have we? The prosperity requirement is 85. Now, that means I must have patricians, because the best you can get with just plebs is 80. But there's not a lot of room for a big patrician block. So what I'm going to have to do is mix in some patricians with plebs here. If I don't have a lot of patricians, the plebs need to be pretty high level. So my plan here is that everything here is going to be Grand Insulae. Aside from a little bit of patricians, the patricians will likely be in probably large villas. I don't want to mess around with 3 food types. That would require importing and setting up another granary. 2 food types is fine because the Grand Insulae need that anyway. So 3 large villas right here is kind of the plan. You can visualize it with this. So you'd be there, 1, 2, 3. So knowing that they're going to be there, they're probably going to need their own little dedicated bit here that just gives them one little extra drop of religion. So I could set up like a temple here, gives them their 3rd religion bit. Now it's going to be very difficult to get desirability here, and that's where the power of the Oracle will come in. The Oracle has a range of 6 for its desirability boost. I think to get Grand Insulae, every single insulae here needs to be in range of about 4 of these. So really if I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 oracles, you'd think that would do everybody, but hard to say. I don't know. And since I do my buildings live, I have to figure it out on the fly. Large villas are 4x4? No, come now, Alpha Gamma. The only 4x4 houses are large palaces and luxury palaces. Everybody knows that. Being facetious, of course. Shouldn't take it for granted that I know this game inside out. But making this block is certainly going to be challenging on that regard. I know it's going to need to end here, so I might as well set up my ship bridge, that ship with a P, here prematurely. Now, I reckon I will have my hippodrome here. I'm not going to put it down now because this is most of my labor force right now. And then that is going to link up over to here. And then this will be filled with, I don't actually know what. I might actually be able to shove in some industry right here. Depends on how necessary that is. And I would likely have a chariot maker around here, which sends his chariots down and around through some complex path around here that gives access to everybody for edutainment. There's also a necessity of some wharves here. Right, how's that gonna work then? This little rock here is so annoying because if it wasn't there I could just go zigzag, zigzag, zigzag. But just being there is causing me all sorts of problems already. And I've only just started looking at this thing. It's a monster of a map made by a monster. I think there's a bit of potential with this. Not a lot of potential, but some. Okay, that kind of works. 1, 2 out here. I'm gonna need water. Oh yeah, Christ, didn't think about water. You there pretty much water everybody, right? Anybody you don't water, I just say, well, that space is going to be used for service buildings. The range of water is 4. Everything is going to be a force 2x2. Something to be said for building it over here, but that wastes a lot of it. I think this is going to be the only reservoir on the entire map. They just have too big a footprint to consider building more of them. So 1, 2, 1, 2, and then back down you come. It's insane. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, no, that looks workable. I fear for the market ladies, they have a long way to go and a lot of goods they're going to need to pick up. Leaves me wondering a little bit about how exactly I am going to loot this. Starting to feel a bit bad about the whole shape and design here. Mostly because of the market ladies, they just have an Aeon to travel, and I can't give them any shortcuts, because if I give them shortcuts, the charioteer is going to take it. So I just have to accept that there's going to be a huge demand for markets, probably around here, because then they can at least reach up everywhere. Oh god, what if they can't? Well, problem for future, Jake. I'll leave it like this for now. I want a little bit more money before I start going a bit more gung-ho. Although I do need some people living here, don't I? This doesn't look too torturous, or looks deceiving, says Punk Rock Lee. Incredibly so. This map is so tight. There's no space for anything, really.
I don't know why I bother with this route. They don't buy anything or have anything they want to sell me.
Good delivery by Lucky. Almost as good as his golf swing.
I don't know why I bother with.
Right, this warehouse might seem like it's getting a bit clogged up, but we do so much trading that it's not a problem. It's something that I was doing on the previous map, Atoll on Taxes, where I actually underproduced goods. Since the trade quotas are so high, I don't think that's going to be much of an issue here. We're even getting the last of the double money off of Neptune.
To do some trade.
And you won't be taking it. Okay, I do need to build these buildings now. Question is where they're going to go. Well, I don't really have much of an answer. I think I'm just going to shove a lot of housing right here, just to bulk up. I will probably have to delete a lot of my housing in due time, but for now I just need a bulk of workers here so that I can consolidate this down into more industry. Yeah, that's a reasonable idea. It's just going to be tents for now. Normally, I agonize a little bit over mergers. I'm not going to care so much this time, because mergers are going to be automatic. When we build large insulae, they automatically merge into 2x2s, and they'll stay that unless they devolve. Let's just hope it doesn't come to that. Let's give these people what they need. They're going to need a dock door. There's going to need to be some flavor of engineering. There's going to need to be quite a bit of prefecturing. Now, what I'm doing here is I'm trying to squeeze the 1x1 buildings into places where I only have 1x1 to work with, like there and there. Not so much here, sadly. God damn freaking sheep. People will move. Oh, pipes, right. They don't actually have a route to get over here. There you go. Oh, it's blocked on this side as well. There we go. Can we call the side with nothing but sheep and dingy little houses Wales? We're nowhere near Wales, so no, we cannot. Besides, everything is dingy little houses. The only thing that people live in right now are small tents, and that won't be changing anytime soon. Yeah, I need these sheep cleared out, though. They are a pain in me bum. I think I'm going to feed these people quite soon, actually. It's going to allow for much denser housing that way. Why did I only make this one wide? There you go. Just temporarily, I'm going to build extra prefects here. Because tents love to burn down. Also, it allows me to eradicate the sheep population easier.
The city's defenses should never have let the enemy through. I'll fight to the death. This city's safe while I'm still alive.
They're probably glad to have all these sheep around. They finally get something to eat. Right, thinking about food. Hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, well, this is a happy piece of news. I am short 2 pottery workshops. And now I am not. I regret that second one already. Get rid of it. Oh, I think I just wasted some clay on that, but that's okay. It's clay. I'm looking forward to massacring all the people here. You, however, are going to go, and you will be the pottery workshop. This is good, getting lots of people in. When my population exceeds about 1500, I'm going to need another set of temples. Let's just see that problem coming and deal with it before time. Oh, that needs to be oracled. Ah, man, some of these things just do not fit in the way you want them to, but we just have to live with that. There we go, the music finally changes away from the starting music. I like all the music in Caesar 3 because it's just there, it's not invasive, feels good. Ah, feels good having a proper industry as well, I'll tell you that much for free. I do not like my warehouse placement. I could have done this so much better. There's nothing more permanent than a temporary solution, but I might need a temporary solution here. Tell you what, these guys bother me greatly. I'm gonna delete them right now. Ah, we just keep the population high enough, that's nice.
I've been thrown out of my home. I've got nowhere to live.
Fantastic. Love those Nicky voices. Another chat contribution on the voices, but very good.
Blah.
Yeah, there's no Uras to be had in this one. No military might whatsoever. Can we build... Oh, right, that's the Wales thing again. Strongly considering getting more industry going. More industry is more money, and I like more money. I like it a lot. Get out of my way. I will have you take in oil, vines, olives, and wine. Such inconvenient locations of everything. I think I'll just purge all of you. I shall set myself up to import... But thinking about it, I should only import the thing that's making me the biggest bang on my bucks. Currently, that's weapons and wine. I think I'm going to have you take in the weapons. That way this one doesn't get clogged up quite so much. And I'm going to need to max out my weapons stuff. So they put in 25 iron per year. Each workshop can produce 4.8 per year. So imagine that's 5. So I can have one more weapon workshop with impunity. And then I need to start thinking about wine. I can only bring in... No, I can actually bring in lots and lots of vines. Okay, great. Then import those vines. And my exports of wine are 25. Did anyone else take wine? You take wine. Okay, then I can have a lot of wine workshops. Except it is limited on space. So, I think... Gosh, darn it, the positioning of all of this is not ideal. I wanted a merger in a better location than I have right now. I'll purge you two. I'll set up some wine here. And some wine here. And I will, of course, export all the wine that I can. Wonder what Caesar's going to demand. I did see Barons run, but I forgot just about all of the intricacies of the map. Oh, right, I need to start thinking about food. Granary. Granary can go here. And I want another granary here, but go figure, my clay pit's in the way. It's a bit premature building the granary before I have any food, but this is just the way that we placate our people. Recht. Can't help but notice there's a wharf point here. I would hate to waste that. Might just purge you right now. Nope, bad idea. Keep it there. Keep it there. I need a shipyard. I think I'd like to put a shipyard where I know I'm not going to be fishing from. Which, oh, perfect. Perfect location. There's no way in hell I'm going to fish from here. And that is just ideal. And that means I can shove some wharves over here. I don't want more wharfing done right here. But fish is going to have to feed a lot of my people for a long time. It'll be a while before I can be operational with, use your words, Jake, with wheat, because, you know, I've covered all the wheat farms in industry. It's alright, we'll get there. I can migrate my industry. Ah. Leptis Magna is going to trade more grain. Wait, would they sell me grain? Yeah, I don't believe in importing grain unless you use it as an extra food type for patricians, so I won't be jumping at the opportunity to do that. Right, let's have exports over 8 on pottery, just so we can get our stuff for Toga Boy. Look at all that. Oh, look at all those vines coming in. It is really, really slowing down everything here, though. That's why I don't like my positioning of the warehouses. The warehouse, well, the dock workers have a lot longer a distance to go than I would like. You might reasonably ask, how do you solve that then? It can't get much shorter than this. It could. Need some rearranging, though. I'm not sure I want to be doing that so much. Still, you just have to choke it down right now. That is one overworked dockyard, and that's how it's going to remain. Uh-oh, oh dear, oh dear. That is inefficiency. That is insane amounts of inefficiency. I cannot have this. I need to link this up. But what am I going to do about all this space? It's perfectly usable space. I think I'm going to do that. So, gardens act as gatehouses. Or if you're a Pharaoh player, they act more like... what are they called again? Path blockers? No, roadblocks. Destination workers walk over gardens. Oh nice, Caesar can get his... I forgot to give him his gift, didn't I? Here's your Persian carpets. So, he's at 23 opinion. If I give him this crummy little gift, he's going to be at 26 opinion. And considering that only cost me 25 denarii, big gifts cost 200 minimum. For plus 10, you can do the numbers there, but it works out better for me. Wonderful. Give all that back to the city. Try to remember to do that every year, although I do keep forgetting. So yes, if you want a shortcut, use gardens. You could use gatehouses, but they're bigger, chunkier, undesirable. Lots of problems with them. Now, this still isn't working at maximum efficiency, but that's as close as I can get it with keeping the granary over here. Could say then move the granary over here, but there's going to be fishing done here. Basically, I'm damned if I do and damned if I don't. Could build 2 granaries, but won't. Nor will I elaborate further on my decision-making process. It's kind of funny imagining someone just giving the Emperor, richest man in Europe, a couple of bucks. You'd be surprised at what the Emperor gets petty over. Where's all that wine? Have I even been exporting this wine? Apparently I have. Okay. Right, I need to start thinking about getting these people leveled up, but I need food. I need food badly. I think I'm going to start tearing this down and start working towards food production more tightly, though. Wharves are needed. Wharf, 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 wharf. I don't think I can reasonably build more wharves, so I'm going to have to hope and pray that that is enough fish to keep my people fed for a long time. Do I want that second granary already? Not really, but I'm building it. Because this wharf needs road access, so I'm going to have him come in like that. How about these wharves? Well, they're going to come in like so. And that is a little unfortunate for these people who are going to be robbed of their road access. No, they have road access on this side. You are the only one that lost out in that ordeal. So I will simply delete you and replace you. So pottery workshop goes there. It's getting a little dense here, isn't it? I wonder if that's a merger point right there. It is! Oh ho ho ho! That is amazing. Great. God, that is picture perfect right there. That's going to add it's going to add labor access for pretty much everybody around here. Lovely. Well, long may that stay there. Look at that beautiful merger. It's kind of hard to see thanks to the granary, but it is there. I wonder if we could see it. No, I don't think there's any way to block out that nasty big granary. Nasty big granary, which by the way should not be accepting meat, only wheat, please. I have a level of mistrust for fire risk on, well, any map really. Let's try and deal with that. Empty that granary, get that food over to this other granary, please. Okay, great. Notably, I don't have wheat, but I'm building this up right now so that I can be ready for it. Oh, right. Yeah, the whole Rome paying more wages things. Every time you see that, just jump straight on it. There is no good reason to wait on it. If you ever pay under Rome wages, it gets really painful. Yeah, there's our merger. I think no matter the angle, it's always going to be obscured by things. It's going to be very hard to make it anything other than a small tent, but not impossible. Right, so plenty of fish in there. There's plenty fewer fish in the sea now. I need to start thinking about how these poor buggers get their everything. Market ladies have a very, very, very long way to walk to go and get their food, but it is something of a necessity. That is just not close enough to water people over here. So what am I going to be building here? Kind of hard to say. I could put a bunch of actually, this could be chock full of market ladies. The market ladies could at least walk up this far. Grant all these people their needs. Yeah, putting markets over here is not the worst idea. I'm going to need a lot of them. I kind of wish I was using forced walkers, but I never use forced walkers. I don't like that last one there. Put one here. A couple of them there. I'm going to need a lot more markets. There's no getting out of this one. Fortunately though, it is, in quotation marks, only 3,500 people that I'm going to have to feed, give pottery to, give furniture to, give oil to, give wine to. Well, get to work, my market ladies. Just building them up now. Heavens knows I'm going to need them. The sooner they're stocked up with fish, the sooner I can start watering these people and start making something resembling a plan. Employees needed. Well, damn. I'm going to be feeling the burn on this one real soon, haven't I? Let's get you down to there to get some extra people. Once these evolve, there's going to be far fewer problems with lack of employees. Also, look at that. The dock's actually cleared up. For now, though, on come the people that are going to be clogging it up again.
Another successful voyage. If it was up to me, I wouldn't sail this way.
A good day to you. Can I interest? A good day to you.
Yes, good day to you too, Lucky. If you owe Caesar 500,000 denarii and he can still pay his Praetorians, you have a problem. I think it's one of those, like, owe the bank money. Owe the bank $100 and, well, the bank owns you. Owe the bank $1 million, you owe the bank. Let's own the bank. I suppose today you need to notch a few more zeros onto that. But the premise still holds. I've been playing a bit more Capitalist Lab in my off time though, which has been rather nice. I'm taking that perfect run and just continuing to grow the cities and make more money. I make about $8 trillion annually now. That's a bit misleading though, the year's like 2080, inflation is rampant. But I've been trying to figure out the best ways to grow the cities. Turns out if you build up factories that don't actually do anything, but they're all set to be manufacturing, then you can make buttloads of employment, and that just drinks up the people, increases the real wage rate. And imagine that you're being paid a really good wage to go into a factory and not work for 8 hours a day. Hell yeah, I'd be up for that. Just goof about all day. Okay, the market ladies have got themselves fish. Sadly, they only stock up on 600 fish. When it's wheat, they stock 800 of it.
Oh, these baskets are so heavy, I'm taking fresh supplies back to my market.
And you have a long way to go. Ooh, I love the merger here. Merger, 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 merger. And then it doesn't even matter that these people don't merge, because they're going to, well, especially if I get review.
I've got nowhere to live.
When you become a large insula, you're going to grow into this anyway, so that works out for me quite well. Right, now for a very difficult part. How do I water all these people? The troubling thing is the shape of it all. I need to water them. It's easiest to water from within, but I haven't given myself any spare space with which to do it elegantly. Elegance is going to be hard to come by for all of this. Of that I'm certain, though. Let's see, it's 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Okay, so that is something I can work with. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. That's harder to work with. But I could water you from the outsides. Mergers would make that easier. So that kind of means that I'd be watering you. And probably you. There's going to be a lot of jiggery pokery here later on. Right, that's kind of good, because that waters a tremendous amount of insulae. I'm imagining that they're insulae right now. For very little space demand. And I can do much and such the same with you and you. I'd love to just nestle in like a temporary one here. Let's see, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, this is good. It's not good, but it could be good. Let's put you there for now. Nikki, get the hell out of my way. Okay, I know I'm going to need it all plazaed anyway, so let's just do it now. I do not like relying on Crutch Plaza to such a large degree, but Plaza is a godsend in a map like this. It's very dense desirability bonus. Let's take this little tent here. Plaza has a range of 2, so it is affected by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bits of Plaza. Plaza gives plus 4 desirability in everywhere with range 1, and plus 2 desirability in everywhere with range 2. So this Plaza and this Plaza are each giving it plus 2 desirability, so it gets plus 4. And that gets plus 4 from each of these, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 desirability just from the plaza there. And that's going to apply to all of these places that are adjacent to the plaza. That's wonderful. 16 desirability and it didn't take up any additional space. It does cost a buttload. I don't know why certain governors decide to add plaza for their tents at the very start of the game. They know something that I don't. Well, to be fair, every time you put a small tent into a large tent, each of the tent gets room for an extra 2 people. I don't believe that's worth the need for desirability and water, but that's just my own take on it. If I had more space, I probably would give them wells, but I haven't been able to build orthodox housing setups in Caesar 3 for a very, very long time. I'm getting rid of all the small tents because they're never, ever going to... well, they're not going to get water right now, that's for sure. Does it make the tent multi-story? It just makes it larger. Things only get multi-story when you hit insulae level, and we won't be hitting that for a wee while. What's your problem? Oh, the reservoir's really undesirable. Well, look, we all have problems in life, champ. Should be easy to flood a lot of people in here. This is nice and dense, but it's not dense enough. Right. What am I going to do here? I am loath to build anything here that isn't industry, which makes me doubly loath that these things are still here. Yeah, we'll be okay. Well, the money situation's looking great, but eventually I'm going to have to tear down a lot of this industry, and that's going to be a heavy pill to swallow. Just getting rid of all the tents, they're just wasting my time currently. Trying to make sure everything that does evolve up to small hovel. Hovels are nice, they're good for taxing. Put plaza here to evolve you up to hovel. You guys are pretty difficult to deal with because I can't build anything within range that'll give you a desirability boost. Yet, at least. How are we looking on the gods? Everybody's pleased. I want to transition to oracles rather soon. I'm going to have you accept marble. And I'm going to say, please import some marble. I just want to have the option right now. Add a basement to the tent. Ah, there we go. Now we're thinking. You know, those wee shacks that you saw in Kingdom Come Deliverance now. They had essentially little basements going on with them.
A good day to you. A good day to you.
Greetings, I'm new to this place. Do you know anywhere to live?
Yeah, live in my new hovel town, please. I need it. Means I can start tearing these people apart, but I don't want to build up a hippodrome just yet. Could just get rid of them because I don't like tents. Also, it spares me some area for industry, which is quite good. So I think that's what I will do. Sorry, but goodbye. Also not sorry. Casual reminder there that I really need to build up a clinic over here. Oh, I did already. Wow, I'm good. City health is almost perfect. Nice.
I've been thrown out of my home.
Yes, you have, Nikki. Right, well, if there's space for more industry, we will have more industry. I would like a little bit more wine here, please. You need to keep industries very close to a warehouse that imports the raw goods because that's just one very overworked cart pusher who has to bring the vines here to all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of my wine workshops. It burdens him quite a lot. It just sucks to be him, though. Feels good to have money, though. All successful plans rely on throwing Nicky out of his home. He didn't know what he signed up for when he did that voiceover. Okay, so now I only have 4 little tents here giving labor access to all of these. Freed myself up a good amount of space. I could definitely be doing more pottery, which bothers me a little bit. How are our numbers on that? I have 11 pottery workshops and 4 clay industries. That's definitely not the correct numbers right there. Yeah, it's pretty hard to jam more in here, though. I would, and certainly should be getting rid of who. That was Mars and Venus I tore down. Small temple to Mars. Small temple to Venus. please tell me I can build a clay pit here. Ah, it's so close and yet not quite there. You gotta be within 3 tiles of a little bit of water for that to be okay. It does mean that I could make that happen just by moving some of these around. So, pottery workshop goes there, additional one there. That should bring me up to 12 of them. And then clay pit there, so I'm at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 clay pits. I need one more clay pit, I think. Is that 5 plus 1? Or there we go. Okay, no. 6 and 12 is quite good. It's still not enough to fulfill all the quotas, but I do have to consider my lack of space here for industry. Why do Nickies sometimes leave even if there's available housing? Do they need an empty plot to relocate? Every house can only have one person going towards it, an immigrant or a homeless person. So if
I've heard there are jobs here.
if
I
Fabius
want to be a lion
Porcius
tamer.
is already on his way to a house, another immigrant won't come over to it, and a homeless person won't go over to it. So more often than not, homeless people just leave the map. How do you feel for a win today? This map is very challenging in a way that I don't often have to be challenged, so I'm outside of my comfort zone. I wouldn't say I'm particularly confident. But I will try. God help me, I will try. I don't like you getting bunged up with everything. No longer accept weapons. You go back to taking the weapons, please. Also means less distance for people to travel to buy those weapons, although
A good day to you.
you buy
Can
them
I
anyway.
interest you in some top quality goods?
Gods are unhappy. I did replace those, Oh, I missed Ceres. Fortunately, there's nothing Ceres can do to hurt me. I don't have any farms. But let's just avoid cheesing off the gods regardless. Getting some of that marble. It's good. Of course it's good. You know it's good. Now, I already know this is going to be an undesirable area, so I'm going to oracle this up already. And that's going to allow you to evolve. Hey, nice. I'm very tempted to tax these people. Taxation on hovels is not bad. Hell, it's quite good even. I am slightly, that is to say very, concerned about the food situation though. I think I need to bring these people up to Grand Insulae ASAP. But Grand Insulae means tearing down all of my industry here. That's a problem. I might have a lot of money, but it is a problem. Oh, you have no idea how painful it is tearing down stuff you've built up in Caesar 3. If it was a more modern city building game, there's no doubt there'd be like a relocate firm button here that you'd click on and move it over for. Like, even the cost of the building's fine. It's better than deleting and rebuilding it. But this is not a modern game. It came out over 20 years ago. And it's still great. He seems to be making a lot of money. How do you start losing it? So I'm making a lot of money because this is incredibly concentrated industry. Unfortunately, it's in a place where I need farming done. So something's got to give. Trying to think what my industry should be going forward. I don't know what prices change and how they change. I certainly spare myself space if I do it by imports and exports. Curiously, have any prices changed so far? Pottery's still worth 140, weapons 180. There's no way of knowing what changes unless you've watched Baron and paid attention to his run of this map, but I didn't pay enough attention, clearly. Well, I want my hippodrome here, so that space is spoken for. I need farms here. Ugh, maybe I should just tear the stuff down now and start rebuilding it. The sooner I do the painful thing, the better. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt a lot. Oh, I don't wanna. It's too painful. It's too painful. Do. I might even need to move my warehouses, so let's stop importing everything actually. Okay, tell you what, once I've cleared out these warehouses that are goods, then I'm going to tear all this down. It's too painful to do right now. Because I probably would have to move these warehouses, and moving those gets rid of all the goods inside them that I've already paid for. I'd rather just make a bit of money for a little bit longer and then tear everything down. Get myself up to about 20,000 denarii. Well, that's a bit of a hint there. Pottery has gone down in price. It's probably going to keep going down in price, so I should probably only focus on pottery production such that I can get my own people, well, potteried up. One clay pit is enough for 20 houses. How many houses am I going to need for 3,500 population? What is 3,500 divided by... No, let's not do that. What is 3,200 divided by 84? Pretty please. 3,200 divided by 84. I would appreciate it. 38. Okay, so 2 clay pits. 2 clay pits should be able to satisfy my population. 2 clay pits, 4 pottery workshops. Sell the excess. Okay, that works well. That works pretty well. Right. We'll go with that. Now that's going to curb stomp my industry, which is very painful. Do I pay over Rome? I don't pay over Rome. I don't tax my people though, so they're not going to be too unhappy.
There's malnutrition everywhere, yet no food to treat it.
I'm working on it, Doctor. I'm just too tight-fisted to get rid of my industry here. These fisheries would be extremely efficient if they were, if the granary were just a little closer. This fishery is almost 100% efficient. Fish is one of the densest food production types possible. If it's got very little distance to the fishing grounds, it can produce even more food than a wheat farm. In fact, it can produce almost double what a wheat farm can do if it's right on top of the fishing place, but that's not usually the case. Doodly-doo. Do-do. Alright, there we got the 20,000 denarii. I'm just about to start tearing all this down. Once I see that the wineries are out of their vines. Now there's no time limit on this map, so you'd be thinking, take all the time you need, build up all that money, build up 100,000 denarii. But my real time limit here is this, demographics. Oh god, the almost perfect health is going to be hurting me as well. So this is the demographic of my city. My city has 1,700 population. And as you can see, this is the bulk of the people right here. They're in their mid to late 20s, early 30s. But in 20 years' time, they're going to be over 50 or so. Then they'll be retired. They'll still eat my food. They'll still take up housing places. But they're going to stop. They're going to stop us from having other working people. Now we've got some new births here. These were people that were just born at the turn of the year, so they are 0 or 1 years old. Once they hit over 20, they're going to join the labour pool. So in 20 years they'll be able to join in, but usually you face a very unpleasant demographics crisis once you start playing for more than 30 years. Now that can be taken care of in a number of ways. One, you can just make more housing to bring in some fresh-faced immigrants. Immigrants tend to be, well, I mean, these are the immigrant age ranges. They tend to be working age people plus their families. So you can build more of them and bring them in. You can stagger your building. So if you built up like a new housing place every 10 years or so, you'd stagger it such that the demographic wave doesn't hurt so bad. Or you can just build very efficiently, such that even if you run very low on workers, it's not going to hurt you so much. It's a John map, everything hurts me. Rome wage increase can also be a soft limit on time, only if your industry is really bad, or your money making is really bad. Really bad, that sounds quite accusatory. But it's not that big of an issue in my experience. The Rome can only pay up to 45. That's as high as Rome will ever pay. So it's not that bad. Which means you would end up paying about 53, which sure is almost double the starting salary, but then you make it up through taxes. Taxes are good. Oh, that's a good way of doing it. 3,200 over 84 is 800 over 21, which is about 800 over 20 or 40. Quick maths. Back of the envelope maths is great. It's not even back of the envelope, that's just reducing down the problem, which can be very handy. Especially when you get very, very large numbers. Okay, things are nice and stable and happy here, but they've got to change. I just have to suck it up and delete this stuff. 25,000 denarii, that's so much money. Stop wimping out, Jake. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Ouch! Ow!
I've got nowhere to live.
You think you got problems? Look at what I'm having to deal with here, Nicky. Right. How in the blue blazes do I set this up? I need a lot of farming here. Out of my way, walkers. Ghosts of walkers. I'm probably going to need something like this. I could build you one down one. I'm not sure if that's actually going to benefit me in any way. Especially since you're going to be there. Oh, I don't like that. He does not like that for a lot of reasons. Well, whatever, let's just cope with the situation. I'm going to migrate my engineer over here. Engineers are amazing, they have such long walking paths. I think I'm going to do this. I don't like this being a little jutty out point here, but there's not much I can do about that. Or is there? Let's not marry ourselves to these warehouses, let's delete them. And let's reconsider our layout here. Also, can I squeeze in any more farms? Seriously, I need to feed so many people on so little here, it's unreal. So one wheat farm, assuming that it can reach the granary and back in time, will feed 320 people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I would honestly like to have more because people have a preference for eating wheat. 7 is plenty. 7 is more than I need. Well, 6 was more than I need. But that comes with caveats. Maybe I'll try and make do with 6. Yeah, I think I will. Can I move that dock down one, by the way? That might actually be better for me. I need as much space here as I can jam in. The farm, second from the right, is not connected. This one, yeah, I know. I intend on moving it up. Might as well do that now, though. That would be second from the left as well. This looks like good wharfing area, but I don't think it's worth it. Although, to be fair, could do a lot of wharfing on this side. I'm not so... Actually, looking at this amount of fish feeds 1,600 people. Quite comfortably. So this is all the food I'll ever need. Let's believe that. Live with that delusion. That bottom area aren't 40 houses. Yeah, this is far from the amount of houses that I'm going to need. We're working our way up, though. I need to resurrect my industry, though. It might be easier if I just get rid of all my preconceptions and build anew. Because anything old that I hold on to at this point is just going to weigh me down. let's consider the workshops we can get in here. Sadly, this is just not good enough. What about that hippodrome that I'm thinking of here? I'm going to build you now, because you're not going to fall down or burn down, because you're going to be protected by walkers along here. That does kill pretty good industry area here, and I'm not happy about that, but there's not a lot of alternative I have to that. However, if I jut you out one more, I can use more of this industrially. I get rid of that lovely merger that I have, but I can live with that. I've never... well... I can't think of ever having had to design with such tight constraints in mind. That leaves this little spot here. Do you want to merge it all? Couldn't count on it. Let's just make sure that this thing is well protected. I've had hippodromes fall down on me before. Don't want to have it happen again. The engineer here should be able to cover this entire loop with relative impunity, so that's not a problem. Do you play modded Caesar 3? I'm playing with Julius. It does not affect the gameplay whatsoever. That's not entirely true. You can build when paused, which is not something you can do in base vanilla Caesar 3. But my god, playing without building while paused, oh, couldn't go back to it. I remember I just used to do this, like lots of stuttering with the pausing for building stuff. It was nasty. Glad it's gone. Let's not romanticize those times. Certainly possibility for merger here. That's 2 by 2, that's 2 by 2, 2 by 2. I'm just thinking about getting a bit more labor access here because I cannot trust all this. I need this to loop around somehow though. How is this loop gonna look? Now I reckon this guy is gonna have to come out this way some way somehow. I'm not going to connect it just yet, but it likely would go that way. This land becomes very hard to use in that way. So let's consider where those warehouses are going to be. I might even just have one warehouse now. That's not a bad position for it. That's actually a good position for you. I wonder if this would work. That's a very, very short journey time for you to get to the warehouses. And you're going to be forced to spawn there. So really, there's going to be very, very short amount of movement for you to get to any of these. Yeah, that could work out well, assuming that you work out fine there. Hopefully nothing bonks or does anything silly by you being there. Yeah, it is very small map here, Aristith. Or Astrith. I need some plebs here, just for labor access. Trying to see where a good point for them is, though. You want to merge here? Hey kid, want to merge? I don't know if that's a merger point at all or not. Let's just risk it for a biscuit. We actually have money right now, so that's okay. Although I'd far rather that wasn't used for that. I'd far rather make a decision, instantly go back on decision. Tell you what, I'm going to shove a couple of workers here. That's a great place for them. Anybody walking around here will definitely get labor access. That does it for you. And then let's just experiment to see where I can shove in a merger or two. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. However I cut it, something's going to give here. But as long as they have good prefecturing, and just in case something goes to pot, I'm going to build another engineer post there. And now it's time to rethink our industry. I know that I'm going to need 2 clay pits. Just straight up. So 2 clay pits, satisfying. Oh, this whole situation just got a lot uglier now, didn't it? 5 is an ugly, ugly. size to work with. It's alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. That'll deal with all of that. That's underproducing, which is a little bit sad, but we'll work with it. Oh god, let's make sure that these don't accept anything other than what we need them to. So you right here are going to be accepting the pottery. I'd also like you to take in the iron and the weapons. And that means that I'm going to have my weapon industry down here. A 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5. You'll take care of all of that. You here will be taking in the vines and the wines. And then I'm going to have my wine workshops up here. A 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5. I'd quite like to have a 6th, honestly. That is a scaled down version of the industry, but it should be okay. Going for a partial forced worker setup? No, not even partial. I will have all of my... oh god. Just thinking about how I'm going to cram in all the services here gives me the bad kinds of shivers. Forced walkers would solve it, but I'm fairly committed to not using forced walkers on my runs. I just don't want to. Yeah, that doesn't want to merge at all. How about over there? There's a bit of lost space here anyway, so I might as well do what I can. How about you guys? Is that a merging point there? Well, that is, but I can't be sure about that one.
I've got.
Whoa, 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 whoa! What the heck is this? The hippodrome got access to workers somehow. That's unusual. I thought they could only get worker access from spawning walkers up here. Huh. That could be a problem. I was certain that the road connection only mattered if it was up here. Certain, I say. The people have spoken. Well, too bad for them. I don't allow these people to speak. I will get rid of this road access right here. There we go. It's not very good access to labor over there. Pretty terrible, actually. God, this is even worse. None of this wants to merge. Give me mergers or give me death. That'll merge. 100% stake my Caesar 3 reputation on it. That will merge. This happened because the gaps in the hippos sequence were filled with frog and sheep DNA. What? Speaking of which, though, we murdered all the sheep. I don't see any on the map, so it's sad, but it's good. Right, it'll take a bit of time for this to fill up with wheat because the market leaders are all going to be going for that. Ooh, reducing the amount of pottery they'll get just in time for me to stop selling loads of pottery. It'll take a lot of time for the wheat to flow, so I'm not in any hurry to build up more houses and such. You should lose your access to workers soon. God, I hope you do. You're eating up a lot of unemployment. And you know me, I love unemployment. Did I stop my imports? I think I did. Give me the iron. Give me the vines. Even give me that marble. And I would like you to have said marble. Now I could even do more industry. It's not unthinkable for me to get into furniture and the like. I will modify this based on prices and demands. If it suddenly comes to pass that wine plummets in value or weapons plummet in value, I'll switch over to oil or furniture. The nice thing about basing this on imports is I only need to destroy the workshops, I don't need to destroy the raw goods. Glad to see that fish flowing, but people will eat wheat instead of fish if wheat is ever an option. We got any buggers here? Yeah, look at these guys. This small hovel has wheat and fish, and they're only going to eat the wheat. I need to bring them up to Grand Insulae for them to start eating the fish as well, which is what I need them to do. This is going to be a little bit, well, it's going to be a lot disquieting how I fit all these people in and get them all their services and such. But it can be done. It must be done. That prosperity is going to kick me in the teeth. I can feel it already. Okay, how about we do something that I can do right now, and that is build an actor colony somewhere around here. It doesn't tremendously matter where, so I'm going to put it here. Could have just as easily put it there, but didn't. And then I'm going to put a theater over here, and this is a trick. Call it a trick. This is something that I do really rather often when playing Caesar 3 and I have to build very tight amounts of... Oh god, I haven't saved at all, have I? Right, a very little lamb stream 01. There we go. And that did save, right? Whew. It's something I do very often. This actor colony is going to crap out an actor pretty soon. We've got poor access to employees. I feel for them, but I still need that actor. And that actor is going to walk a long way, and he's going to give access to all of these people. Well, I'm going to give them access to... Words. Entertainment. There he is right now.
Hail!
There's so much unemployment, it's distracted me from learning my lines.
Now, much like the market ladies, they're going to walk over the garden, because again, gardens act as roadblocks. But he's a destination walker, so he's walking over to here and he doesn't give two hoots if he's walking through the park or not. And you might go, but Jake, I just saw a priest walk through that garden. A priest is not a destination walker. You're right and you're wrong. So this guy here,
Is worryingly high here.
Herr Kommissar, our Northern African priest, walked back here. Now, he spawned in one of these temples, and he walked along here, over here, and over here. He didn't walk through the gardens, because he wasn't a destination walker. And then when he got to about here, he said, well, I've walked enough, I'm going home now. And then he became a destination walker, because he suddenly had the destination of going back to his temple. So on his way back, he walked through the garden. Gardens are very powerful. I don't often use them like this, because I often build in loops and don't have to worry about it. But here, I absolutely have to worry about it. Something else I have to worry about are the school kids. They have pathetically short range, and I need them. So how am I going to deal with that? I think I'm going to build one school right here. Schools are undesirable. Tell me about it. This is me writing off any hope of me putting any insulae over here, though. That's bad. This is good insulae land. I'd hate to waste that, but... This is looking really grim. I'm just running the numbers in my head of how in God's name I fit all these people in. And nothing is instantly coming. Well, what I can do is I can shove a lot of desirability stuff here that will ensure that these guys will be okay. Still, I would normally rather build a library. Libraries have bigger range, much bigger than these accursed school kids. But it's not all that simple, is it? It certainly isn't. I need schools and libraries to get Grand Insulae, so I might as well start with the schools and make sure that they work. So, school, how far are you going to spawn the kids? Hopefully down to here. Go, 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 go. Hey, great. Oh, wow, that kid was on a rampage. He went far. So, everybody gets school access, and it goes all the way up there. That isn't good enough. I need those kids to go a little bit further. But I can't really move them much. That's okay, though. I could build another school here that would get the rest of that dealt with. So let's just assume that education's okay. Also, hey, look at all the castles we've got. Castles start looking quite as good as they are when you compare them to hovels. People venerate the casa because it's so much better than a tent, and that is true. But it is not so much better than a hovel. It doesn't have that much more capacity than a hovel. It needs quite a bit of services compared to a hovel. It needs education and entertainment. And okay, it wasn't expensive to set up, but when I'm packing things this tightly, it is a consideration. And it doesn't pay any more tax per person. You only get the tax boost when you hit insulae. So I am not in the school that venerates the casas. It all looks so doable until you try for the pop caps, says Baron. What are you trying to make me feel here, Baron? God, I'm not getting that pottery at all, am I? Okay, I need you to accept the wheat. Oh, Baron didn't vote one way or the other on how he thinks I'm going to do here. How interesting. I'm going to build another farm here because I know I really need to stock up on the wheat for these people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 wheat farms, huh? Are you running at maximum capacity? No, you are just slightly... Oh, not even slightly. You're quite a bit below efficiency. I might need another farm. Well, I did just build another farm, but I might need another farm. It's not unthinkable to put one... Ooh. Go figure, there's just not quite enough room for squeezing in this extra farm. It's funny that John made such a fertile map that's so hard to use. For its fertility, that is. I want more wheat. I'm actually going to purge these two weapons workshops. I will rebuild them elsewhere. Hopefully not too far away for my cart pusher, because I need that wheat. And I also need to stockpile that wheat. And I've forgotten to be giving... Actually, why stockpile? Why not just import it? It doesn't cost that much. I've been forgetting to give Toga Boy his presents. There we go. He's still very unhappy with me. This looks very different from Baron's city. Is that so? I think it can be done. I'm not super confident in my design here. But look, I'm at 2,000 people already. And chings, this is all I've used. I've left all this and a good chunk of this unused. And they're not even at insulae yet. Of course, we know it wasn't the first 2,000 that did in Baron, it was the last 1,500. Still.
Greetings, I'm new to this place. Do you know anywhere to live?
I might have heard of a place or two. Right, that looks like the wheat for Caesar. So there you go, Toga Boy. Let's stop the imports. And that should be fine. Looking forward to just lots of wheat backing up here. Slight problem, which is about to become a much bigger problem. Pottery. That's a long way to go for pottery for my people. I'm going to have exports over 6, I think, so that we have enough spare for our market ladies to go and get. The market ladies will stock up on pottery and give it to all these people. It's a damn shame because I'm going to have to delete a lot of them later on. That's going to lose me a lot of that pottery. But I want them to fill up with that, and then I'll do the bathhouses, and then I'll just keep going and going with everything. I will probably... Oh god, Neptune and Mercury lost their temples, not very happy about it. I will temporarily put down a Neptune and Mercury temple. And I'll probably get rid of that road so people aren't spawning and walking over here for no good reason. Curiously, there's no horrible amounts of fire risk around here, are there? Not happy with you being there. So unhappy I'm going to give you a dedicated prefecture. There's no damage risk. Good. I should have done all in on the vote. Still regret it, says Protozomac. You never, ever, ever bet against me in Caesar 3. I did, however, look at a map And I remember thinking, Jinx, did I play this map? I don't remember it at all. And I did play that map, and I lost. And it was the map where I had a fire adjacent to my hippodrome that spread and burnt down my entire hippodrome. And that cost me a lot of money on a map where money was very tight. Didn't go well for me, that one. I'm not even sure if all these things are working to capacity, because this poor cart pusher has to shove his iron way too far thanks to me moving my iron places over here. Yeah, I'm not so convinced it's going to work so well. You're damn right, Rome thanks me for my loyalty. I'm a loyal guy. Getting that favour up to 85 might be a little difficult after the initial unhappiness we had with Caesar, thanks to, well, you know. Quite certain I need oracles here, regardless of anything else, so I'm just going to build these ahead of time. Okay, oil's going down. Kind of glad I don't trade in oil right now. Yet another good decision made by me. That'll keep the gods happier for a longer time as well. I could tax my plebs, I certainly could, but I make plenty of money off of exports, he says, noticing he's lost 10,000 denarii since the changes, the night of changes. Taxing them would take up valuable space. Not sure I can afford that on this space-trodden map. I don't have enough markets. I do not have enough markets. Do 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 do. Need to make sure things are steady before we start going up and up and up with everything. But I would like to hit Grand Insulae so I can start picking and choosing where the Grand Insulae goes, especially whilst my unemployment situation isn't so bad. But they need a lot of things. They need libraries, barbers, oil for... Oh, crapola! They are going to need a lot of furniture and oil. I need a lot of industry for that. I don't have industry set up for that. And they only sell me the raw goods, don't they? Yeah, I can't just buy in oil and furniture. That's going to be painful. However, we can turn this pain into slightly less pain by having you here and having you get pottery and get furniture and get oil. And that'll be relatively close to the market ladies to go to. Unfortunately, market ladies love to go by, as the crow flies, distance to the closest place that has their stuff. And for a lot of market ladies, that's going to be over here. By the time they get there, I doubt there'll even be pottery for them. I might actually want to turn off pottery exports after a while. Or, better yet, not have you accept pottery. This is a little painful, but for the time being, I'm going to stop exporting pottery. I'm going to stop you from accepting pottery. I'll get the pottery over here. But I also need to get industry going for furniture and oil. Sadly, for everybody, that's going to be 4 of both. I can't afford that right now. I think I need... Ooh, wow, okay, right, this just got a lot harder. That's 8. 8 industries I need to pack into here, which you might notice don't really have space for. Fit 2 here, not much problem. I'd have to reduce industry that makes me money right now. Could you connect that wine warehouse from the back without looping? You're probably asking if I could link it up here. Yes and no, mostly no. It's a bad idea to have 2 different roads coming out of a warehouse that go into different bits like that. Sometimes the warehouse just stops functioning. I lack the words needed to explain exactly why that's a bad idea. You'll have to trust me. Yeah, trust me, right? Could go wrong. I'm gonna get rid of this industry right now and replace it with a warehouse. For now, this warehouse will take in olives and timber. And in time, I will have industry for that. Well, the time kind of needs to be now, doesn't it? You might have to walk an Aeon to get to them. Oh, I hate turning off my industry. I need this money. But look on the flip side, if I just start taxing my people harder, I can get rid of a lot of my importation industry. That might be a necessity. Alright, let's just swallow our pride and do it. I don't like you being there at all anymore. What can I do about this? You use too much space. You've got to go. We're going to swing it around like so. We're going to have our theater over here. We're going to have our actor colony over here. That actor colony will be moved when needed later on, but for now it can be there. And now I need these industries. I already don't like you being there, so away you go. Workshop for now, 2 and 2 should do. So, workshop furniture, 1, 2. Workshop oil, 1. 2? Think you can handle that? Probably. Possibly. I just need to build some up so that I can start getting going with my Grand Insulate. As soon as you have Grand Insulate on a map, you don't have money problems. You can tax them to hell and back, so that's why I am focusing on getting the goods ready now. Of course, I also need to tell my trade advisor to begin importing olives and importing timber. We won't import that much of it, and it won't have far to go to get to you. I already trusted you with all of my points. I can trust your word as well, says Alpha. All of your points, huh? Why would you do that? Why put that pressure on me? I don't need more pressure in my life. Okay, looking on the bright side, when I have Grand Insulate, I can tear down 2 of these farms to save space, and I can tear down a lot of this industry so that I can transfer over to a tax-based economy. Starting to be really glad that I built up as much money as I did, though. 2 more gifts, and I send over 2 more months, and I send over Caesar his gift. Basically, January of every year, just yell at me to send Caesar a new gift, because I'm going to forget, and I need to work on that favor.
Careful. I wish these workers would take more care when they load the beasts up with my new purchases.
It's a shame I'm not importing from Lucky, because he makes a great sound about that one. Talks about just unloading his goods into the warehouse. Tickles my fancy, so it does. Right. For better or for worse, mostly for worse, I'm going to have to activate the hippodrome soon. Otherwise, these people are going to be stuck at Large Casa, the best form of entertainment. Although, upon reflection, maybe I could just link it up here and then have the charioteer go around this way. It seemed to work. For the longest time, I've been convinced that it only works if you connect up to this area. Have I been wrong all this time? Surely not. And yet. Let's test and see if this works. Doodly doo, doodly doo, diddly dum, diddly die, diddly do. I can just shove some God knows what workers over here. Of course, they will need their own engineering and prefectoring. Means I'm gonna have to get rid of you, but if this works, then I won't need to care about that theatre for a very long time.
Hail! Have you seen how high unemployment is here?
I've noticed a thing or two. Don't get all coy with me. Plenty of theatre access isn't a problem for now. Okay. Now, is this going to spit out a chariot that makes it all the way over there? If it does, this is pretty good news for me. Please don't go in that way. God, I feel the fool. I've told so many people that you only connect to this part of the hippodrome. Have I been wrong all this time? Well, come on, you need to spit one out for me. Doesn't seem to be popping one out. It says it's going to do 4 every month. Hasn't done any. What I could do is connect you like so, but I'm gonna give it a little while. I'll give it till January. If it's still not done in January, well, actually, let's connect this up and see if that suddenly spawns you. I don't like this little bit coming out here, but it might be acceptable. There we go.
I've never been past so many unemployed citizens before.
You're gonna give access to all of these people. There. Holy moly! Look at where you're going. You went an insane distance there. Well, this should be alright unless that little jutty out bit causes me some issues, just in case it does. Have another prefect here. So, the entertainment situation has been resolved here for a long, long time. Not permanently, but that'll do. I am surprised here. I need to look closer at how hippodromes work, because clearly I've been mistaken all this time. So I am interested in seeing the markets backed up with pottery and... He's thinking. What's he thinking? Well, I'm largely thinking that although these mergers look good, they're going to have to go... You missed the gift time, Jake. So I did, thank you. I might as well give you a troupe of performing slaves at this point. Keep him nice and displeased. Right. I hate to say it, but all of these mergers here are completely wrong. I'm going to have to get rid of them. Fortunately, that gives me a good opportunity to be putting down service buildings. So... Oh, there's some unfortunates with that. Basically, all of this merging is horrible. I've got a lot of unemployment, so tearing them down is not the end of the world. Some of them are okay, though. You. No, that's not okay, because look at the space that could be used. Oh, these markets are in the wrong place, aren't they? A lot of these mergers are very wrong. Sorry, markets, you've got to go. I'm so sorry. The positioning was great earlier because that's where I had my shipyard, but shipyard has done its job, and as long as they don't go down and see Neptune face to face, I won't be needing another shipyard, so sorry. Those market ladies are going to have to go and stock up on food again. Painful. Do-de-do. Dum-da-dum. Dum-dum-dum. Dum-da-dum. Right, I need to start thinking about services. They will need library. They will need bathhouse. I like looking at tax income, gives me the best overview of where all the houses and stuff are. Doodle-doo. Doo-doo. Doo-doo. Bathhouse lady never walks as far as I need her to. Probably gonna need more service buildings than I would like to admit, because it's gonna be hard to jam them in for everybody here. The shape is so undesirable to me for doing this. Just thinking where everything can go right now. 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Sorry. Bathhouse lady should be able to get a lot of these people in. So that's going to be baths, that's going to be that. So it's going to hit large casa. Entertainment's fine. It'll go to small insulae. It's got a dock there somewhere. There you are. So it'll go to medium insulae. 2 types of entertainment and oil to large insulae. 2 types of food up to... Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. I need to choose one god to patronize here. It's probably going to be Neptune, because if Neptune ever gets really angry, all of these boats are just bye-bye. So, if you're not a temple to Neptune, away you go. Now you might think, Jake, that is going to cheese off the gods royal, and you are correct, it certainly will. Right, I need to make sure that Neptune is at least around to give all these people access. Something a little disgusting about using this land to just shove in one little bit to Neptune here. I think I'll put you there just in case. That's more Neptune than anybody really needs in their life. But the rest of them have to be made up with oracles. Now, the tricky thing is, oracles are expensive to place. Normally I just put over some bump, hold that thought. Dang, you're a pretty good place for an oracle. There's lots of pretty good places for them. Just have to shove them wherever right now. There we go. This is just to keep the gods happy, and that's plenty of our oracles to keep all the gods happy at least. So up we go to medium insulae, just anything to get away from large casa. Large casa is one of the worst building types in the game, or housing types rather. These cheeky buggers complain about the lack of desirability. That is going to be a problem around here, I can't deny that. I will probably need some kind of central oracle around here. But that's okay, there'll be a lot of jiggery pokerying soon. Barber access needs to be taken care of. Hopefully there's a nice little place to wedge in a barber, like there. At least 1x1s are quite inobtrusive to be slamming in here. He says, failing to find a place. Why did I put you there? Probably to water a lot of people who don't need or deserve that water. Tempted to get rid of you, but no, I need that for merging spots. Well, I think you'll do just fine here. Okay. How so? I assume you're asking why are large casas so incredibly terrible? Reasonable question. So large casas, they house more people than small casa. Quite a lot more. That's the one good thing about them. They will house 76 instead of 68. That's pretty good. 8 more people for a 2x2. However, they don't pay more taxes. They consume pottery, and that alone is reason enough to hate them. Consuming pottery means that they're going to be consuming stuff that could otherwise make you money in trade. Did I turn off wheat here? Yeah, I did. They're consuming stuff that you could be selling on trade, or even worse, if you're importing what you need for pottery, they're just going to be drinking that up. It's horrible. Don't have that happen. You don't need that in your life. The benefits are just not there for it. I think I will get rid of you so you can start merging in. It's time to start getting my large insulaes. Time for them to be large and in charge. Oh, if you want to turn into Grand Insulae, that's all the better. But it's time for the purges. It really is time for the purges. It's a little bit painful to do, but as long as I have the unemployment, I can stomach it. So sorry. All these beautiful mergers of mine, and I'm just killing them.
I've been thrown out of my home.
You have. Getting rid of the 1x1s because they're going to start drinking up too much of my... too many of my goods. Way too many of them. Not getting rid of you though, you're going to merge wonderfully. Or evolve wonderfully. Oh hey, Neptune's rather happy with me. He's going to give me double money again. Uh-oh, we have a problem. We have a big problem. There's not enough space for my... There is not enough space for my wine in here. The marble is eating up all the space. I am running out of money like nobody's business. This is bad. This is really bad. I need my Grand Insulae and I need to start taxing them. Out of furniture. Just deleted a lot of things that ate a lot of my furniture. Don't have as much unemployment as I'd like either. Money dropped like a stone as well. I'm aware of that. Oh god, Toga Boy wants my furniture as well. It's going to be hard to please with that. I can't stockpile it. I need to get it for my people. How long does it give me? It gives me 4 years, which is quite nice. Very generous, I'd even say. It's alright, we can bounce back from this. Just need to figure out how. Why do you have all that wheat? Alive. Perhaps you should accept wine as well, because I need it to go somewhere. Okay. Still waiting on that furniture, sadly. I only have 2 of these going. That's only enough for 20 buildings, which is not enough. I would hate to get rid of yet more of my industry in a situation where I am struggling on it. I think I will start by deleting you. Actually, that gives me a reasonable amount of space if I... Oh, this is going to hurt, but delete all of these guys. And then it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Oil workshop here. Maybe it should be 3 and 3 for now, actually. So painful. It hurts so much. Well, at least Neptune's got my back with the extra money. Ah, crap. Can't be doing with that. Cannot be doing with patricians right now. I'll lower the desirability to try and bring them back down to Grand Insulae. Good. Not good. They still have multi-god access, and I need them to not have multi-god access. They'll lose that eventually, but not just yet. There we go, down to Grand Insulae, where they belong. Villas are bad, they'll start consuming the wine. And I can't have them drink that wine. They don't deserve it, not yet. Say no to tents, unless those tents have goods, which they do, so say yes to tents. For now. It's a bad place for you. Maybe I could like shove you here for now, temporarily. Just to big them up a bit. What's your problem? Desirability. I might just be able to help you out with that. As long as it doesn't devolve from there, we're okay. Good, they're losing their access to gods. That's the best way to control people at Grand Insulae. Don't give them multi-god access. That should evolve you. Not enough, but that'll do for now. As long as they're merging into at least large insulae, we're good. Grand Insulae is obviously better. Good, they've all lost multi-god access. And... Thumph, there we go, another large one. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I hate to say it, but I need an oracle around here. It's going to boost desirability for a lot of places. Nice and easily. That should make you go thumph, thumph. Excellent. What's not so excellent is that I have to delete a lot of these guys. Actually, a lot of people still need to be deleted. It's very painful. Very, very painful, but they've got to go. How are you even getting... Oh, there's water here, isn't there? I don't think I thought through my water well enough. With no time limit, you can surely just build an inexhaustible bank to build off of. Yes and no. Demographics would slay me in the long term. Look at all these people. Once, give it 10 years, these people start hitting 50 and retiring. I don't have a fresh new labour force to replace them with. Said you were temporary. Let's try and believe that. You water all of that. You water all of that. You water... Okay, you are temporary. Keep those fountains where they are. I can still get 1, 2, 3 and 1, 2, 3, 4 up there. That's still only 7, and I need so many of these things. It's unreal. Oh well. No sense moaning about it. All of these guys have got to go. Or do they? You don't have to go. And I can let the other ones appear before I get rid of the others, can't I? Do you even get water? Yeah, that's water, isn't it? I'll let these guys arrive first. This guy doesn't like his nearby market. Hopefully that helps out. That can also help. You are one fussy Roman, aren't you? That plaza might help as well. And if none of that helps, here's a large freaking statue, which you are not allowed to keep. Don't devolve. He does want to devolve. Crumbs, I really don't want to give you a statue here as well. Uh-oh, why are you all devolving now? Furniture! Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. Because now they're going to go down. I need them to be stable as they are. You're filling up with way too much pottery. Oh, this is getting really bad. And they're merging in a very unpleasant way as well. This is not dignified. At least I have a lot of unemployment. Let's try and look on the bright side here. Good, I didn't miss the earthquake. I don't believe there's an earthquake in here. Surely John wouldn't be that cruel. Now let's get rid of you three. Oh, that almost gives me unemployment issues. Let's be a little bit careful with that now. If I start facing employment issues, then this becomes a big problem for me. But the furniture is what's becoming a real issue for me. I'm just not producing it fast enough. Well, I am. I do have enough furniture workshops to supply all these people with furniture. Toga Boy isn't going to be getting it at this rate, though. It's January, but now I need to wait till February to give him his little gift. I'm producing too much pottery. I need to get rid of some of it. But it would take too long for you to go over there. Actually, that's not too bad a thing, is it? Let's get back to exporting some pottery. Anything over 8 units should go. It's going to waste a lot of time for the dock pushers, but since my exports have fallen so much, I don't think it's going to be that much of an issue. Well, I hope it won't be too much of an issue. Denari is holding, thankfully. Wasn't sure if it would. You have got to go. Oh, this will hurt as well, but there you go. I need these people to merge. Merge, merge, merge. There we go. Grow up big and strong into lovely grand insulae. That's what I'm looking for. People that are not evolving are not doing so because of lack of... What's your problem? Oh yeah, you hate tents. Me too. It's getting a little tricky, all of this, isn't it? Well, I'll do what I can. This is temporary, just trying to keep people... there we go, merging like that, that's good. That's very good. Here you go, Toga Boy. Here's another African ivory. So we are on the up when it comes to Caesar's feelings towards us, but it's a hard fight. Very hard fight. No, crikey! Bathhouse access lost. That's an odd problem to have. Maybe some of the buildings that I put down have changed up the way that she walks. Still a very strange problem to have. I hate the way these things merge here whenever there's a devolution. It means I have to keep doing things. Oh, she is walking up this way. Oh, I wonder what the problem there was then. But yeah, it means that you have to keep going. I need stability here, and that's very hard to do with my situation right now. I might turn off my oil industry for a little bit to stop this thing getting choked on oil. Or, you buy my oil. Since I make it, why don't I just make sure that I always have 4 units, make it 6 units of oil there, that makes life easier for me. The same can be done with you. And you, okay. That'll keep my oil in check without me having to micro it. Electus Magna taking less... fewer weapons. It's fine though, I don't overproduce on weapons, it won't be a problem. In fact, I don't make anywhere near as many weapons as I'd like. Courtesy of me only having 1 weapon workshop. God, this is horrible. This isn't going well at all. I would like to make a little bit more though. So let's slam down a weapon workshop right here. Then I have 3 of them at least. Alright, need stability here. Need these market ladies to stop having so many problems. Their problems swiftly become my problems. Now, hopefully, I can... Let's see, fountain here. I can do you. 1, 2, 3, 4. How are you getting water? Ah, there's a fountain there. So, there we go. These should all grow into insulae as well. Pretty happy that I managed to keep desirability and services in the central area sufficient to be growing all these insulae. I saw that devolution. Stop! Stop! Ah, ha, ha, no! Do not do that! Yeah, the need for yet more is always dire here. I mean, it's quite nice of them to merge like that. Actually, oh, they merged in the good way now. Great, great, great. There's a good way and a bad way they can merge. That merge doesn't hurt me so much. But they are hurting so badly on getting the goods here. Thankfully, Lucky's buying up that excess oil. Oh, no, 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 no. Can't be doing all these devolutions. We're cart pushers, it'd be quicker to go to Rome than where they're going. Yeah, I feel for them. I think the issue is the sheer distance that these market ladies have to go, but that's a lot of market ladies for not a lot of houses. And we're only going to be having more houses, not fewer of them. The dock workers have an eternity to travel. Soon though, I might even have Toga Boy's IKEA. That'd be good. Needs a library. Library's right there. Library will see to you shortly. This is looking quite good. I hate to say it, but you've got to go. I need to jam you in there. Which is also, sadly, going to necessitate more power of the Oracle. Might shove another Oracle over here. That should help out with the desirability there. These guys are not going to be... Oh god, you're right next to a large statue and you don't find it desirable enough. It's because you don't have the glory of loads of plaza next to you because you're on the corner here. So you're only being affected by there and there for the 4 and there for the 2 on this little bit. Getting desirability for you might be tough. I might be better just having a service here, but I have all my services here. Better not to shake the boat too much in that regard. But I do need to jam in a lot of insulae here. It's not a big deal if they don't become grand insulae and they remain large insulae. If I truly, truly cannot shove in more desirability, then I won't push the matter. But I will be switching you out with an Oracle. Nothing personal, Nikki. Where are you at, Nikki?
That fat lady up front told me to carry this and follow her.
There are lots of things I'd say about Nikki, but I wouldn't call him a fat lady. Let's see if I can just ease this in. You're probably going to devolve. Well, I'm surprised you didn't. Still. I'm going to put you in there so that you can become another Grand Insulae. And I'm going to put you in so you can be ready to become Insulae. And I will do the same here. Wait, you're temporary. You're very temporary. I'm going to put you here. And I'm going to put a statue here. And then when you're ready, you'll pop up to Insulae. I just need things here nice and stable. This is actually a good position. Keep it saved here for now. Rome paying yet more wages. I've got to keep up with that a whole lot. People are very pleased with me. Well, they're not going to be very pleased when I start charging taxes, are they? As soon as that denarii situation falls under 10,000, I'm probably going to go groveling over to taxation. It will be necessary at some point. No! No, not the oil! God, the market ladies spend so long getting food, they don't get the oil. Okay, at least they merged in a not terrible way. God, they're all running out of oil. It's just the sheer distance these market ladies have to go for their food that's causing the issues here. And if I keep building more markets, they're not going to get access to... what am I trying to say? If I keep building more marketplaces, I'm not going to have more space for what I really need. I do need the markets. Yeah, it's going to eat into space that I need more insulae. Food distribution is my biggest problem here. I don't have an answer to it. Well, the answer would be to completely redo this and make it more of a loop around here with the markets here where they can quickly get access to that. So yeah, it is an option to tear all this down and rebuild it, but I'm gonna bloody-mindedly go towards this for a while yet. Rip off the band-aid, move the granary. Granary needs to be close to the food production. That is not something I can compromise on. You need to minimize distance from this farm to this granary is already so far that it can't even produce food efficiently. Look at this, it's got a full crop, and the cart pusher is here. The cart pusher should already be there to bring it out. So it's wasting time with a full crop. This is already too far. If the granary were here, all of these guys would be inefficient. No. But a better way to do it would be to have marketplaces here so they can quite quickly go over and grab that. But then they'd have to service all of this, and that's not easily done. Also, if I made this a loop instead of a zigzag, the hippodrome's chariot racer would no longer be able to do this the way I want him to. But a getting granary would have the same problem. The market ladies will go to the nearest granary as the crow flies. So if I had to say getting granary here, oh sure, it would get some over, but these ladies would still be going over here. Also, this one would have its shipment of 600 or 800 wheat, however much it arrives with. The the ladies would flock to it, but they would pull it out much faster than they can get it in. So a lot of market ladies would be heading home empty-handed. This might be possible for keeping stable. We'll let it get that way, see how the population looks, and proceed from there. Proceed accordingly. I have an idea. It's not a great idea, but it's my idea. Right, getting rid of you should hopefully not cause any devolutions, because nobody was relying on that water. Good. And I have you here, which means you can go. Good. Grow more. Excellent. How many insulae do I have? I mean, I'm good for up to 30 right now with my current production. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 25 is good. And it should be 26, 27, 28 when I get rid of this large statue, which itself could cause problems. Hopefully no massive devolution here. I expect some. Okay, are you going to continue to devolve? No. Well, that is good. Might not stay good forever, though. Let's have a medium statue here. One person here and one person here. The medium statue is just there to offset the desirability impact from there being a tent next to them. As soon as a house reaches, I think, small insulae, it stops being undesirable. If I hadn't put that... No, stop devolving! Ah, they must have thought I meant please continue to devolve at great rates. It's okay though, it's getting less problematic as time goes on. Okay. Come on now, come on. Surprised it's oil that's their problem. Maybe I should allow them to keep slightly more oil. But everything seems to be holding. How about Toga Boy? He hasn't had his Greek manuscripts in a while. I don't think he's getting that furniture anytime soon, though. Your problem would be desirability. It's going to be pretty hard to keep you desirable, actually. I may have to forego something here for another oracle. I mean, you could become an oracle. Nothing wrong with that. It'd be better if you were an oracle, though. You'd reach more people. Yeah, hell, you can be an oracle. Whoa, you really didn't like that, did you? There we go. I might even need another oracle over here to think I stopped importing marble. Oh right, you're just a small tent there. You're not going to do anyone any good right there. What I could do is move my barber and my prefecture over there and get myself a thing here. Either way, I need them, and I don't have a lot of space for them, and I'm kind of not wanting to destroy what I have here. So, prefecture, barber, get rid of both of you, and enjoy a fresh new Lebensraum here. Replace anything destroyed with garden. It's looking not too shabby if they just stopped evolving. Like, that's too much to ask. We can get a good amount of population here when they all fill up. Because, yeah, plenty of them need more people in here. I really want to tax them, though, but taxation is going to prove difficult. I need these markets. I need just about everything else you see here. He's thinking. Desperately thinking of a way to squeeze in a forum here. You are possible. Neptune could be cast aside for favor of taxation. Oh, an earthquake here would make this map just unwinnable. Of that I'm fairly confident. Now you probably walk over to about here. You'll cover the rest. No, I'm just trying to think of anything that can move out of my way for taxation. Could shove him over here. I'd be counting on him going as far there as he can. Actually, you know what? I could do taxation on the periphery. Peripheral? Taxation on the side. These people are going to give me some decent dosh. And I'm going to pay considerably more than Rome. How's my unemployment? It's pretty bad, but it'll be okay. Maybe 14's a bit extreme, but it'll be okay. The game will tell me if my people are getting angry at me. Remove the bazaar. Surely you don't need... They're not bazaar, they're marketplaces, you Philistine that plays Pharaoh. There's a reason that Caesar got Julius and Pharaoh's left in the dust. Okay, right. If these guys start making me money, that's going to be a promising thing that tells me I can start tearing down some industry here. I can see that someone like you doesn't even work, so I'm going to get rid of you. Inefficiencies, we can't be bearing them. You are almost impossible to be making into a Grand Insulae right there. I've done everything I can to give you desirability. But as I said before, I can live with that. I can live with just small amounts of large insulae. However, I'd rather not. Library education looks good, as one would expect. If I tore down this library and replaced it with a medium statue, you would become a Grand Insulae. Ooh. Let's hope this doesn't screw up all of my everything, but Caesar's going to get his IKEA. He's going to become a... Wow, he didn't. Dang. Well, forget it. He can remain as he is then. Oh. That house will reach you eventually. Can't think of any way to reach you with some desirability boosters. Not without tearing down something relatively vital right now. Again though, large insulae is not a big deal. It has worse prosperity than a grand insulae, but the the patricians that I'm bound to get someday will offset that. I just hope that me replacing that library doesn't offset or upset anything. Oh god, no oil, no furniture, no hope unless the market ladies can just hold with what they have. And they're all going to come charging in for any drop of oil and stuff. That's another problem. Couldn't help but notice you're not working. Temporary setback or something to be concerned about, who's to say? What I will do though is get rid of you and move you over. I want to keep all these people as close to this warehouse as I can. Weapons aren't needed for evolution, so I can put them a bit over to the side. God, my warehouses look so empty. Tragic. Looks good, Jake. You just need to fit in another 1,300 more people. The patricians will hold 100 each, or maybe 90 each, I forget, for large villas. And they will go in 1, 2, 3. Desirability will be a problem. Lots of things will be problems, but let's just cope with the situation. Can I get rid of that Neptune? Surely this Neptune goes along here easily peasily. Let's do a bit of jiggery-pokery here. Slam the forum over there. Now. Now. How in God's name do I do what I'm about to do here? Reservoir would fit here. That's interesting. That extra water could help, but it doesn't. Ah, jeez. It's not unthinkable to replace this farm, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. Let's do this. Let's get outrageous. If I put you here, that's going to give water access to... just one short of where I need it to be. However... What if... Okay, at least I can give you that pottery straight away. Prefecture needs to migrate. Reservoir dog goes here. Hey, there we go. Here you go, Toga boy. Wait, you mean I don't have enough? I will eventually. Now I can put fountains here. Why can I still not put them there? Oh, Christ. Just not close enough. But it going there might still be acceptable. Because if I put you here, you're going to water everything. It was there, right? Everything and then some. I could actually bring you down a bit. Okay, right on where the prefect is. I can have my fountain here. Gives me space for a few more plebs over here, but most importantly, my patricians over here. More everything will be needed, as usual. Fortunately, I have a lot of unemployment to draw from. My peace rating climbs nicely, and my favour rating isn't down the toilet. Always a bonus. Swap reservoir with warehouse. That's a brilliant idea. Would bring it up by 2. Brilliant idea. Let's see. Wine, iron, weapons. Wine, iron, weapons. Great. Doesn't infringe on so much real estate anymore. However you cut it, I'm not going to have space for 2x2s efficiently here, so I'll deal with it there. However, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. No, it'll be fine there. Getting desirability for these patricians will be a pain, so I'll do what I can by giving them this, and I am not committed to having patrician plebs here. I can survive without that. Now, they need a bunch of things, starting with religion. Actually, I can spare spaces for 1x1s if I am so devilish as to move this fountain back by 1. So they'll get that. They already have access to entertainment. They're going to need access to 2 things that are horrifying to me to provide them with. Hospital and academy. They're big. They drink a lot of workers. But most of all, they're big. However, we have space here, and they will walk down this way. I don't think I have space for both of them over here, though. Well, yes and no, mostly no. However, there's a little bit of space here. And I suspect I just need to be lucky enough, or fortunate enough, for him to make the walk over to those patricians, or the would-be patricians. They do. Excellent. Also, I saw good news and bad news. That's good. That was very bad, though. The price of weapons just collapsed. I now only make 90 denarii on every weapon I ship out, and that's not including wages. That isn't good. That's very not good. Furniture still seems really rather prosperous for me, though. I might give up on weapons and just move over to furniture. But the furniture goes all the way down here, which is another problem. No, I think I'll stick on the weapons. It's important enough to me that it doesn't mix in with everything else. 30 buildings, huh? How many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Okay, I need to start ramping up my production of furniture and oil. Right, well, I might actually just end up saying goodbye to weapons production, as much as I hate to say it, and really ramp down on oil. So, what does that mean to me? Oil, 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 furniture, furniture, furniture. Furniture, it's still far away. No more iron, no more weapons. Wine is fine, but olives, yes. Oil, yes. Olives, no. Wait, did I say oil, yes? Oil, hell no. Shop for oil. I can put the oil one over here, and then the furniture one over here. I need a surplus. I can't just barely survive on my production of this. I need a surplus. These have stopped devolving, which is rather nice. You and you are bothering me so much. Would it kill you to just evolve a bit? Health. Barber. One here, one there. Barber could possibly migrate. Well, what else is possible is that you become a small statue. You evolve. You evolve. I don't want to cause devolution just because of my greedy barber ways. But that should be fine, the barber goes quite far along there. Wish I could shove a large statue here, but there's just not quite enough space. Yeah, there would be if I got rid of that forum. I mean, I would never get rid of that forum. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope. Come on, need that marble, friends. Ah, of course. These people are going to need access to some stuff that's down here and just can't quite reach them. Has to be expected. I'll just suck it up. They're going to need a bathhouse. They need a library and a school. Can I squeeze in the school here? No, of course I can't. The librarian should be able to reach them from here, but I need the space for an academy. And I don't think it's going to be desirable enough for these people. Oh, that's another cross to bear. They're going to need slightly more entertainment as well. Theatre would solve that, if I could find someone to jam it in. Righty. That bazaar's gonna have to go, I think. Holy moly, where does everything fit? I can fit a theatre here and have an actor colony over here somewhere. I don't want to tear down any more farms, that gets a little too risky, a little too fast. Can you bring the northern bridge up one? Place a school in the peninsula. There's not enough room in the peninsula. I mean, it could conceivably be put... No. No. There's no conceivable place for it. Also, school children have very short range. They might not get down to this place. Bye-bye to you two. Hello to Actor Colony here. Gives me a nice little space for another industry here, if I so desire. Do I actually have 3 or 4 pottery places? 3? Oh, no, no, no. I must have missed one long ago. Or deleted it without replacing it. Right, well that'll explain the pottery shortages. Well, Caesar also has an invisible hand of the market to play in that. Here, have some carpet. Devolution here would be disastrous. Let's just pray that it doesn't happen. Prayer isn't enough, but let's pray anyway. I know I need an academy here. Let's not beat around the bush in that regard. Doodly-doo, doodly-doo. There's space here for a 2x2. Most convenient. I can actually have an idea of who that 2x2 will be. Might work out. Unfortunately, I have now... No, I have not quite. As long as I leave this open, people can still get through this way. That will likely be important shortly.
I've never been past so many unemployed citizens before.
Oh, unemployment is the least of our worries here, champ. Okay, good to see there's pottery and furniture there. Sure problem. Where's that timber at?
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
Well, I am waiting and I'm not liking it. There we go, get that timber in. I need those furniture workshops working like nobody's business. Sure enough, these people need barber access, but I left... Ooh, that's a place the barber can go. Do they have clinic access? Also no. So this is something a little peninsula can be used for. Increase in clay trading for what little that does for me. I produce clay. Why do I care about anybody trading clay with me? Yeah, okay, why? Why? Are you sure pissing off Caesar would be a disaster, Jake? I think the Legion would be able to squeeze in. Maybe the wine stain and the palace wall is the real meta. He makes a point. I'm just not sure if it's a good one. Now, how far can I get one of you to walk? I don't think you're going to go that far, but if you do, that's very useful for me. Come on, fatricians. Go, 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 yeah! Stop, 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 oh, thank God. If they went this far, then these would start turning into villas. Okay, whew. Phew, phew, phew. Okay, glad that worked the way it did. Unsurprisingly, they find the area here rather undesirable. To what degree can I deal with that? You'll help a little bit, but just for them. What can be done for you? One, two, no. Yeah, you don't like the school. Go figure, the school's an undesirable neighbor. I don't need much extra desirability, but I do need a wee touch. Something simple like an oracle here would go a long way. Ah! I could actually move my water over here. That would leave that space free for an oracle. Could even slap you over here, actually. Actually, this oracle doesn't have to be an oracle. It can be a large statue, which is slightly better. Not sure I like that idea just yet. I'm going to put my water over here and replace you with an oracle. And I'm going to stop importing all that bleeding marble. I hope I'm able to actually pay my tribute these days. Okay, there's a bit of tribute being paid, so that's not hurting my everything. Prosperity is going to take a long time to rise. That's going to be a problem. We need to hold for a long time here. A little bit more on you. Just a little bit more. Are you going to devolve because of this? Yes, you will. So let's stop that. And let's try this. You gonna stay there? Okay, you're fine. How about you? You need wine? You will get wine. You got your wine. Grow, 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 grow. You don't like that market being there. Nobody seems to like these markets. Okay, okay. They're holding. Need one more in here. You might actually be the best on desirability. You've got the Oracle, the Library, Neptune, bit of gardens here. You might be okay as you are. And then, well, then I need to hold until we get to the prosperity cap. And then we need to start shoving people in. I also need to hope that I'm profitable, because then I'll be able to tear down some of the industry here and make more space for things. It's January, and you know what that means? Actually, I missed a bit of timing on it, so I need to wait quite a while. Keep slowly and painfully working on that favor of mine. It is a very cute little city, but it doesn't quite match up to the demands yet. Fortunately, I still have immigrants coming in. So one really, really good thing about this setup is that my patricians are close to the entry point, which means it's very quick for them to get filled up with people. Which is good, because I need them to be paying my bloomin' taxes. How do the people feel about me? They're very pleased. Even at 14% taxes, they're very pleased. Well, that is excellent news. There we go. This should be enough for 100 prosperity. Should, he says. It's hard to be sure about these things. I might even be able to get rid of this tent labor.
I've been thrown at my own.
Hopefully, the range here is good enough for you guys to get access to labor. It's hard to be sure about these things. You don't know how far the walkers go. Okay. What is that ridiculously small and expensive city that holds the F1 as well? What, the Monaco? Monaco F1 Grand Prix? Maybe that's what we're looking at here. Well, this is really good. But it's not good enough. Hate to say it, but it actually isn't good enough. I need to be profitable for a while, get my prosperity rating up. That's of vital importance. I can help myself a little bit on that front if I... Ooh, can I fit a fountain here? Of course I can. But there's no way they're going to become anything that great. So why put down something that requires workers when I could not? Here's your well, and... Wow, I can't even reach you with a well. What a sorry state you're in. But I can move that prefecture to be somewhere else, like, say, here. Delete it, and replace it with a well instead. Now that's not good enough, so I'll give you some plaza, because this place is miserable for you to live in. There we go. There we go. Great. Got those guys up to large tents, at least. You're in a similar pickle. And very similarly, I can't reach you with water. You'll just have to remain as crappy small tents. And these guys are just gonna go... Well, it's risky to make them both go. I'll get rid of one of them and replace them with a well. No, no, no. What do you mean, no wine? That's why. Exports over 0. No! Market lady's lost access to that wine for a while. There we go. You take the wine, you take the olives, then we're all good. I'm not thrilled with my pottery situation. I don't want to micro it, but it's wasting way too much time exporting that pottery from here. So what would be a clever thing to do? What would Brian Boitano do if he were here today? Sure, he'd kick an ass or two. I could have you be a getting warehouse for the pottery. No, then they're going to come over for that. I could stop exporting my pottery and micro it on and off. If I ever forget, that's going to kill me. My problem is this place is going to get stacked up with it. You know what, maybe it's not a big problem having these guys line up for it. I'm not dependent on certain imports. They come in fast enough that I can deal with it. Yeah, I'll just live with the long journey that they take here. It's not unthinkable to change the position of my dockyards, bring them closer over to here. Not unthinkable, but not convenient either. No, far from convenient. Okay.
I've never been past so many unemployed citizens before.
Rome pays more wages, putting another crunch on my my finances, but they are holding at 13,000, and the population is looking all right at 2646. I'm going to let the prosperity rise as high as it can, which might take a while. But I reckon we can hit 100 prosperity with this. Rome pays more wages yet again. Inflation is clearly rampant. I'll just set my wages at 53 and not have to worry about it again. Olive oil is the only good thing out of olives. I ate an olive not too long ago. It was a frightening proposition because I don't tend to enjoy that. That wasn't all that bad. There we go. Dockyard workers having a long journey to make here. Thankfully, the excessive amounts of oil are bought in by Leptis Magna, and the excessive amount of furniture doesn't really exist. I don't like how full it's getting, though. It's very tempting to slam down a second warehouse. But where the heck would that warehouse go? Could actually go here. Could certainly go there. That wheat farm is surplus to requirements. This place will only accept the pottery. This place will no longer accept pottery. Also, you should get the pottery out of this place just to speed things up a bit. That's going to make things much more palatable for me. I worried about one place getting too clogged up with a certain good so that others couldn't make it in. Now I don't need to worry so much. I don't think this is particularly sustainable forever, but we have a lot of unemployment. Oh god, health is almost perfect. That is really, really bad. I'm going to do something a little risky. I'm going to look at my hospital coverage, and I'm going to change my clinic coverage. Ooh, there's one clinic doing damn near everything here. So, let's talk about health, shall we? When cities' health is almost perfect, or even perfect, people tend not to die. And as soon as they go over the age of 50, you want them dead as quickly as possible. That means you're going to have retirees living for way longer than you want them to, eating up space where you need new births, and the new births will allow you to, well, within 20 years, have people come in and actually start working for you. And the way to control health is to feed everybody and give everybody access to a clinic. Hospitals don't count towards health, just clinics. So, I would like to put down a clinician who will cover exactly up to here and no further. I do not want you going to there. So you might work from there, just to get these guys off of clinic access. And that way my health rating will fall a bit. I actually think that statue might be the thing to go for. I know it's not actually doing anything. This could be a disaster, by the way, if this doesn't work out. If I somehow... block all these people's access to health, they're going to fall down to small insulae, and that would be bad. So you're going to go out that way, and for the love of God, I need you to go up this way before all these people lose clinic access, please. If he doesn't go up north as his next path, then I'm in hot water. Some of them are already starting to feel a bit touchy about their clinic access. And I need him to get to this guy. Come on, go, 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 north. This way, please. If he doesn't go this way, I'm scuppered. Okay, we're saved. Now, get to here, but not to there. Good, 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 good. Perfect. Made to measure perfection. These people won't devolve because they have access to a hospital. And that's going to reduce my health rating and try and get those old fogies to die. City health will probably fall to excellent, which is better than I like it to be. I like it to be average or good. It's important that old people die. It's time for Toga Boy's lunch money. There you go, munch on this Egyptian glassware. At least he's satisfied with me. Long way to go up for that favour. Money's in a good situation. I'm an architect. I'm going to start paying myself an engineer's salary and save up a bit more. Every so often giving him a better gift is going to make that favour go up faster. Why not devolve them? Think about the poor lobby's points. Thought that was going to be a serious suggestion. It was not. I gotta say, 2700 is not too shabby on the population. Especially knowing that I am in a position to tear this stuff down with my money situation looking good. Oh, that is pretty good. Would look better if I charged more taxes, though. How are we looking on the tax income here, though? Wow, the Forumite makes a good pilgrimage there. Look, everybody's paying their bleeding taxes. Not sure if Forumite is the proper nomenclature here, but that matters little to me. What matters is getting the bloody money. Yes, some of my patricians aren't paying their taxes at certain points, but I actually make more off of the Grand Insulae than the patricians. The effect of being signed up for taxation is pretty short-lived, which is a bit annoying. It's why taxation is much, much better on the loops. Here's the difference between Large Insulae and Grand Insulae. Large Insulae has paid me 94 denarii so far. It's September. Grand Insulae, 141. If you ever have Grand Insulae, you don't have money problems anymore. They pay so many taxes, and they work for you. It's just so good. Of course, that's not going to be much of a pat in the back for the people that do face money issues, even though they have Grand Insulae. Sorry, I'm just telling you how it is. Where's my oil? Well, there's oil there, but the oil places aren't working.
Doctors are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
It's starting to become a problem for me. Yeah, I needed to reduce the amount of furniture that I'm making because it's clogging this up something fierce. There is some oil there, and once we do our next big batch import of oil, it'll be fine, but I don't like how long it's taking for these goods to sell. It's really bad. Dun, dun, dun. I am really tempted to replace this with a dock, just to service these ships better. Risky, I know, but I am overproducing food right now, so there's little good reason not to do this. I'm gonna put a garden there so that destination walkers can travel through that faster. Look at them go. They know what they're all about. How did you end up with a bit of wheat? Every so often, goods can go into a warehouse even though they're not allowed to. I don't have an explanation for it. So, how many Grand Insulae do I have to jam in to get us up to the population goal of 3,500? That's our homework for today. One Grand Insulae holds 84 residents. So, probably about 9. Can you spot space for 9? Because I can't. Not in the slightest. Okay. fine though. I have a plan. It's not a great plan, but it's a good plan. That'll have to do. This is a great micro city. Could be denser, could be better, but I like it. Servicing these ships better. Whoa, where'd all my oil go? Please, ships, I need to buy in those olives. Where the heck are my olives?
Taking our goods to the warehouse now.
There we go. Ah, they're going into the oil pressers now. It's fine. Please, no devolutions. The marketplaces do have oil, so we got that backed up nicely. Stormy seas you just ignored. Yeah, well, we'll live with that. As long as it's not Neptune casting down his emo phase. Neptune's oil. 3 villas are 90 people each, indeed. Rome increases the price of wheat. I cannot imagine importing wheat on this map. It makes negative sense. You produce wheat, and you do it really fast as well. Do warehouses accept weapons? Probably not, because this guy's sitting around. You could accept it there. This place is pretty tight as it is. Oh man, money's going up, which is rather nice. Good call on the weapons, by the way. I missed that entirely, and that's on me. Surprisingly, we actually have a bit of shack here. It evolved. But these people don't get food access. They would, though, if I gave them a market. Might need that for a bit of extra population, but we'll get to that. Importing wheat would save space. Would it really, though? You'd need a designated wheat importing warehouse, which would be a 3x3, with a route to a granary, and it would still not perform that great. It would clog up your docks, so it would probably necessitate another dock. It would cost a lot of money, so you'd have to make sure that you're offsetting your losses on wheat somehow. Wheat is the cheapest trade good, but you buy it in such bulk that it makes up for it in that. I'm not convinced it's even a space saver. Because one farm feeds 320 people, one wheat farm. And considering the fact that it is supplemented with a diet of fish, a wheat farm could be said to feed 640 people. That said though, my wheat numbers are going down here. I'm not happy with that. That should still be fine though. No, it's not. I do actually need another wheat farm. Or else I'm gonna face starvation. And I just tore down all the places good for building wheat. No, not necessarily. Away you go. I'm going to move you out here. I'm going to do that. I'm going to bring back my wheat farm. And I'm going to get my furniture workshop set up here. And I will need another one, because I only have 2 and I need 3. Curiously, could I get a wheat farm here? No. Okay. Worth a check. Furniture workshop could even go here, actually. It's pretty close to you to get to as well. Caesar wants my oil. Alright then, exports over 16. That way when I have enough, Toga Boy won't be taking all of it at least. Speaking of Toga Boy, I could be giving him some Arabian stallions. I think that'll give me 5 Imperial favor, so 59 becomes 64. Nice, we're working on that favor nicely. How's the health situation? It's still almost perfect. How are you guys getting clinic access? Does that clinic go further than I thought? It does, it goes considerably further than I thought. Crumbs. I'm gonna move you down here, and then get rid of you and hope that that works. Assuming you get access to workers. As long as you fulfill these guys' needs, so I just need you to get down here and we're okay. Nice. Oh, perfect. Perfect. So these guys were still getting access to clinic from this guy. He was on a rampage. He went a lot further than I'd imagined. It would be hilarious if you lose this because your village is just too nice a place to live. Too nice a place to live? It is a pretty nice place. The wheat comes in by land here, Jake. Ah, well, there we go. That's me told. Still don't think it's good, though. Yeah, well, there's some landslides for us. 1, 2, 4, 8. Okay, we can drop this back down to exports over 8 and send Toga Boy his oil. So the fever is coming along nicely. Prosperity continues to rise. Having a hippodrome, having some villas, not having many tents, it's all helping give prosperity. Anybody catching how much our prosperity is rising by? What was it last year? It's 51 now. Okay, 5 wheat places. Oh, it's plenty. For now. Might not be for much longer. I got a weapons workshop that isn't even working. Do I even get iron in anywhere? Probably not with how this is looking. I might be better off just getting rid of you. I don't know what I'd replace you with, but if all my iron is gone and I don't have anywhere to take more of it, it doesn't seem worthwhile to continue working on weapons, especially since the price of weapons collapsed. Price of pottery also collapsed. Furniture's still good, though. Having the goods that the market ladies need to get coming down here has reduced the amount that they need to travel a lot. I could actually delete some marketplaces and replace them with Grand Insulae. Big risk there. Everything is working pretty perfectly right now. If I were to disturb that... well, you don't need me to tell you that would be bad. Do, 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 do. Just checking to make sure that all of my fountains are appropriate. Okay. Strongly considering shoving in some more insulae, but how and where? These markets are... you could consider them surplus to requirement. But you never know with patricians. For all we know, like 3/4 of a month they're not actually getting anybody, and then just one of these market ladies just casually walks up. The Walker system is... Walker system bad, as we say. It's pretty bad. Also, deleting a marketplace means deleting all of these goods that they've built up, and that always feels bad. I think I'll avoid doing that. I want to test something, by the way, so I'm going to save the game. I'm going to delete you, and I'm going to see if that causes any instant devolution. It does. However, that leaves 20... let's see, 20, 40... That doesn't actually reduce population by that much. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know. So the reason that caused an instant devolution is because this thing, just by existing, gives +5 global global entertainment, which is pretty good. Really good. Surely that space down close to the furniture warehouse could hold quite high quality housing. You mean here? No. The services wouldn't be able to reach from here. And the water does barely reach there. Interesting. But no. Just no. You know, that's not even necessary there anymore. It doesn't... No, it is necessary. It gives water for you. Which is a terrible reason to think that it's necessary. I could move the bathhouse there and get rid of that, and then I'd have a 3x3 to work with. But I don't really want to touch anything. It works, it's stable, it's profitable. I need to leave it be until I'm able to reach the prosperity goal. Speaking of which, it's 51. Hopefully it goes up by at least 6 or 7. 51 becomes... Come on now, up you go. Wow, 7 prosperity is good. 7 prosperity is very good. The maximum prosperity boost you can get in any given year is 10. I missed out on +1 for low unemployment because I have very high unemployment. I missed out on 1 for having 10% of my people live in villas. Wait a second, I've got 300 and something people living in villas, so I do get that one. What did I miss out on then? Let me consult my Caesar 3 numbers here. I've got one on prosperity. So, I got +2 for being above the prosperity cap. I got +2 for making a profit, +1 for population living in villas, +1 for less than 30% of your population living in tents and shacks, +1 for active hippodrome. I didn't get +1 for less than 5% unemployment. I should have gotten more then. I do pay a good wage. I did turn a profit. Okay, I got -1 for unemployment rate being above 15%. That's what did it in. Okay, well, fair enough. I'm not going to drop my unemployment rate. Because how? How could I sponge up about 150 employees? I don't like spamming fountains. Okay, it would be an option to do that, but it would also be a bit of a risk. When you build something new, sometimes it changes some of the walkers' patterns, and every so often that causes something really, really bad to happen. Actually, a bunch of library spam would clamp down on my unemployment, but I need to wait on my peace rating anyway, and that peace rating is 3 years away. So, 3 years I'll have the peace rating, and I will have the prosperity and hopefully the favor, and that's just a question of population. How far is the range of a bathhouse? How long's a piece of string, Alpha Gamma? It's a difficult question. All ranges are difficult. They have a length that they will walk, which is a number of squares, and I don't know the numbers of squares off the top of my head. Let's assume that it's 25. So the bath worker will walk 25 units. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Then they add a random extra amount onto that. So let's say it's that bit. And then they return back home. One level of Caesar 3 knowledge that I have not gotten to is the true length of all the walkers. Because I think it would suck a lot of the fun out of the game to be calculating that every time I put something down. No, when it comes to walker distance, this is something that I do entirely by eyeballing it. I shoot from the hip. Of course, you can get rid of all those problems just by building nice loops, or even doing forced walkers. I'm actually pretty happy with how this came together. I built all of this just firing from the hip. I just assumed, okay, a bathhouse here should be able to reach. I was actually anticipating building another bathhouse over here, but she just goes far enough. Actually, my god, she's on a rampage. Okay, just slow down. See what I mean? She walked God knows how far there. And when she went up this way, she just went up to here and back. One bathhouse isn't enough for the patrician. Yeah, it's not enough for the patrician. That's why you're here. This one here. Yeah, all the plebs were serviced by very few Very few services here. I'm happy with that. I'm very happy with that. Oh, is it Toga Boy's Christmas yet? It is. Here's some Gaulish bodyguards. Okay, getting there with a favour. He may have another request, he may not. We need 20 more prosperity. We'll have that in 3 years. Something to be said for speeding the game up to pass this time faster, but I don't like playing these games on fast speeds because I feel like I miss something. For example, let's say I just sped it up to like 500% and blah 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 blah. Well, what if suddenly I ran out of furniture? And because it's going so fast I don't notice it and then investigate why. Maybe my dock formation stops the lumber coming in the way I need it to, something like that. So if you ever get frustrated at me playing these games too slowly, even when things look stable, it's because of that. Maybe if I was a better or more confident player, I'd do it more, but nope. Right. I've got a golden rule for making maps. Well, I've got a lot of golden rules. This one's actually more like a bronze rule. Never request goods that can only be imported. Because I can't even back up that much wood. Right, what I can do is spam a few of you and then set this thing to stockpile timber. Import stockpile.
Dockers are collecting some goods. I can't wait.
Right, you'll come along and give me some timber.
I love a good deal.
Sometimes you can get a request that's impossible because of these kinds of things. Like, it's just not possible to get that much of a good imported. Shouldn't be impossible for this timber thing, but it's certainly a pain. It slipped through this time, says John. I generally try not to do it. There we go. It's certainly good to demand goods that are created by imported products, but just imported products themselves? Ugh, bad idea. This map, for example, shouldn't have Caesar demanding marble, or vines, or olives, or timber, or iron. But weapons is fine, wine is fine, oil is fine. Oh, well, speaking of oil, here it comes.
Dockers are collecting some goods.
God, 7 of them waiting. Come on, come on, come on. They're buying all this stuff up, no doubt, but still. Got places to be. I got Toga Boy to impress. Impress a pawn at this rate. It's going to slow down my furniture situation. John is not interested in your rules. John makes the rules. He certainly makes the rules on a really nice looking map.
Another.
Well, since you're here, John, could you tell us a bit about your thought process and inspiration behind this map, and maybe some ideas on how you thought it would or could be tackled? Because this is very different from any other map that I have streamed. I wouldn't even draw comparisons between it and Fueling Caesar's Alcoholism. That was a much bigger map compared to this. Well, almost any map is.
Successful voyage. If it was up to me,
please, I need wood.
We're buying from a warehouse.
A lower price? Ah, well, furniture's starting to collapse now, but that's okay. We make plenty of money off of taxes now. So in comes that wood. I feel like it's slower to import goods than it is to export them. Just a gut feeling, but my gut feelings are usually on point when it comes to Caesar.
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
No, not buying. Give me more wood.
We're buying from a warehouse.
I think I need more furniture workshops for that to actually function, but I got no space to put them down anymore. I am oot of space for them. Well, there's space for one of them. Might have to get rid of you to slam down more furniture workshops to increase the cap of wood that I can import.
Dockers are collecting some goods.
Damn it, he's buying my oil and stuff, isn't he? Please don't buy my oil. Okay, I think I'm getting a bit more wood. Do I have enough? There we go. Phew! Alright, no more stockpiling. Please keep importing. And we'll get rid of those furniture workshops that I just built. I think I accidentally deleted some road there. Let's have our wheat farm back. I feel like I'm short one furniture workshop here. Yeah, I think I deleted one that was here. There we go. Good, good, good. I've got enough wood to jumpstart the furniture until he next arrives to sell me more timber. Okay, fortunately the imports of timber are quite high. Toga Boy is happy that he got his wood. My prosperity is at 72, also good. I made another map that was similar a while ago called a Pocket City, which is easier, and I found that they offer a different challenge to the usual kind of maps. I like cities that are very dense, concentrated and feel city-like rather than spread out large zones across the city map. So, making some maps which forced that density seemed like a fun idea. With this one I wanted to see how the players would handle trade in particular in relation to the space they had. I don't think John even plays this game much. How does he make such good maps? Must be his artistic license fully at work. Well, when I saw Baron playing this game, I was really excited about how I would tackle that problem as well. I knew that I'd want all of my housing just shoved over in one place. If I tried to have Grand Insulae here and here, that means all this desirability boosting stuff and all of these services would also have to be over here. And I need this space for industry, so wouldn't work out. So I decided to just make it as dense as possible here. I still think it could be a bit denser, but it's very risky a proposition getting rid of any of these markets right now. Because we saw how much these were yo-yoing before in terms of devolving and evolving. It's scary. It's very scary. I could make you into a Grand Insulae, but you might be necessary for keeping some of these desirable enough. It's hard to say. Let's take a chance. Hold on. I'm saving a lot. Right. That doesn't seem to be causing devolution. Still not. Still not. Trouble is, you are not watered, but there should be just enough space to squeeze in. Ooh, well, well, well. No, no. Fountain, fountain, fountain. Look at what we can do here. What? Okay, thank God. I was wondering why were you not getting your water, but there we go. There you go. Even slam a bit of garden here, just in case things get a little too untoward. Oh, you might be wondering why you're not evolving these villas. There are two things they need to evolve. More entertainment and a third food type. More entertainment wouldn't be the end of the world. I could set up an amphitheater here-ish. No, I've set up the amphitheater here-ish. And then there'd be an actor that goes out every now and then and they get their entertainment from there. The third food type, on the other hand, would have to be imported. Which means I would need a dedicated warehouse and dedicated granary for those things. Where's that gonna go? I don't know. So we're not doing that. We're making do with large. Which is a shame. I don't actually like the look of large villas. They look awfully bland. I love the look of grand villas, though. They're my second favourite patrician housing. My favourite being Meacham Palaces. Oh, they look so good. Okay, my prosperity rating is still rising. Hopefully it goes up to 79 at the turn of the year. Also, how's Toga Boy feeling? Feeling like he'd like a troupe of performing slaves, I bet. Not liking my lack of furniture. Come on, get chopping, choppers. I don't remember a Pocket City. Did I ever see or play that one, John? John has this terrible habit of not uploading his cities to Caesar 3 Haven. He does occasionally, but myself and Baron do a fair chunk of them. These large insulae continue to bother me. They drag down my prosperity rating and they pay lower taxes. Not that money is an issue, for now. But you know how it is. But I would need to somehow desperately shove an oracle around here, and that's just not gonna happen, brother. Oh, what do we have here? Oh ho ho! I think what we have here is a lovely case of the insulae that could come on, what's your problem? Well, his problem is lack of barber. Fortunately, a barber is only 2 employees, so oh, he got it, he got it. The barber walked over. Oh, there we go. The little insulae that could. The insulae that almost could. Oh, that is good. I don't have any way of jamming in more desirability for him there, though. Not a sausage. Not without deleting something here. You might say, oh, you could plaza this, but again, plaza has a range of 2. If I plaza this square, for example, it will reach out to here and here, but not to here. To visualize it better, so this plaza bit here would have this range. Everything you see in red there is its range. So it doesn't reach that insulae. Very sad, I know. However, this plaza here that I'm mousing over right now has a range of this, and that did just barely skirt against the edge of the insulae, and that's enough to give it desirability. When a building decides whether or not it's going to evolve due to desirability, it only checks the single most desirable tile. Now, there is a desirability map mode. It's terrible. I mean, it's just saying that all of this is amazing, but it's all very different levels of amazing. But we can tell that for our little insulae here. Like, this spot on the insulae is pretty rubbish. But this spot here is considerably better, and it's only caring about the best spot, which is probably this one right here. Which means that I could set up loads of horrible industrial land here, and whilst it might affect this side of the villa, if it doesn't affect this side, then they're going to look at this side and go, ooh, plaza, oracle, library, temple to Neptune? This is a lovely place to live. So consider that when making your desirability plans. Still wish I could up you a little more, but right now I care about population, and you give just as much population as a grand insulae. Prosperity's up at 79. We're almost there. I just need to jam in a few more people, and I'm going to do that once prosperity's maxed out. Plaza would upgrade the bazaar at him market, though. It might. But it's good to have different places to shop. Doesn't it suck when you're walking down a high street and every shop looks the same damn thing? I would say yes, it does. Come on, fill up with people. Dum 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 dum. Rome reduced the price of wine considerably, so by this point, a lot of your exports are drying up in terms of their value. A royal shame, that. There's an intersection in my city with 4 different gas stations, each in a different corner. Ah, well, it must be a very busy intersection, because they'll each be taking the people that make that turn. Oh, Miletus is no longer taking wine at all. Leptus Magna still does. Believe it or not, that's quite good news for me. It means that boats are no longer going to waste time buying up oil, and only the lucky land traders will. Where is Lucky? I don't see him. Also, how are my demographics looking? City health is still way too high. What is going on here? Ah, the clinician goes a little bit too far on one of his walks. It's okay, though. I should be able to beat this map without having to worry about demographics. My city is so efficient, shall we say, that this unemployment's going to hold for a long time. But look at this. In about in 10 years, Everybody on the right-hand side of this side of 40 is going to end up old, decrepit, and alive. Look at the births that haven't happened because people aren't dying. This is not a sustainable city. Most times I go back to these maps and I touch them up so that they can run eternally and not have any problems. That means stabilizing the demographics. I couldn't do that on this map. The population is too small to be that viable. I don't think it would work. Well, maybe that's just a sign that I'm not bloody good enough, isn't it? Okay, I am going to save, because I'm going to do something quite risky here. It's alright though, take risks in life. Yes, okay. No longer no, wine exports should continue. Not going to export my oil anymore. Not going to import iron. Not going to export any more furniture or pottery. Wine's okay though, we don't drink a lot of that stuff. That should be plenty of olives and vines, surely. That's fine, it's no big deal if we keep importing them. You say you wouldn't in this map, but I'm guessing Future Jake would disagree. Well, if Future Jake finds himself with a lazy evening and not much going on, he might just load this one up and go, okay, how do I make it eternal? But this provides such a problem for me. What I could do is replace... I know what I'd do. I would get rid of this clinic, and I would place a hospital here. I'd need to jam in this forum somewhere else to continue collecting taxes, but that would provide a lot of these people with hospital access so they wouldn't devolve, and then I'd just make sure it's this side that gets doctor access, and that would solve... that would partially take care of some of the demographic problems. There's still the big issue that these people are going to represent a void of workers. In fact, you can kind of see where the city start. Can we? How long have we been running this for? Wow, we've only been doing it for 20 years. Huh. You know, I was challenged to... Okay, so something going on here is that we have a peace rating. And the idea was you shouldn't have a peace rating on a map that has no invasions, because it's kind of meaningless, but whatever, we have it. It's not really doing anything. And I quaffed and said, oh, should it be removed? And I think it was Baron said, well, you know, if you can beat the map faster than you get your peace rating up, then sure. I obviously did not, but we're not far off. Peace rating doesn't do anyone any harm, though. It's mostly there to provide you with a massive incentive not to have your building trashed by Greeks when you get invaded. My city was trashed by Greeks. Not this one, though. Greekonomics. Those horrible Greeks. Why do they even exist? It's true, I've seen it! Or gladiators, perhaps. I don't think gladiators destroying your stuff contributes to peace rating, but I'm not sure. Rome has maxed out their wage rating, but I preempted that. And I still make loads of money. In fact, my expenses are quite low, all things considered. I can even pay Caesar a healthy tribute. And people are so happy I could honestly raise taxes, I think. I won't, but I could. Unemployment soon won't be that large. And I pay loads of wages. Here's your Arabian Stallion. And at the turn of the year, we should have everything done but population. Doodly-doo, doodly-doo. Fun fact, there's a gladiator revolt this year, but Jake has no gladiators, so he's safe. It was always my plan not to have gladiators, because I find Hippodrome to be much better than Colosseum for almost everything. But, I did get spoiled. I did see that Baron had a gladiator revolt, but I already had my plan, so I wasn't worried about that. I should rewatch the part where it flattened Baron's city, though. Generally, though, I try to avoid making gladiator schools because Hippodrome is just so much better. There are two big downsides. One, Hippodrome employs a ton of people, but that can be a good thing if you have way too much unemployment that you need to bring down. Secondly, it's huge. This is the size of a Colosseum, It is 1/3 of the size of a hippodrome. Hippodrome needs 1 chariot maker, whereas a Colosseum needs a gladiator school and a lion house. But a Colosseum, even working at its maximum, only gives 25 entertainment value. A Colosseum gives 35. It also has the largest range of any building. This guy can run for miles.
Hungry? I could eat a horse, there's so little food here.
There's not enough. There's not enough food.
I love hearing him
here.
say hungry.
Greetings.
Come on, can I isolate him?
Hail. What
Oh,
this area has
you don't hear
some
this?
risk of crime.
This is a line that's pretty rare.
Hungry?
Hail.
What use is it to be rich if there's no food to buy?
Pretty rare to have patricians and also have a starving city, but there you go. They're complaining about lack of food. That's just because of the lack of food that I've stocked up. It's no big deal.
I've never been past so many unemployed
Oh,
citizens
damn.
before.
They got enough food into the granary. They stopped complaining about being hungry.
I've never been past so many unemployed citizens before.
Oh, well. You haven't been to any of my other cities, I see, then. I like keeping my unemployment incredibly high. It's just a good thing to do. Oh, Christ, it's January. We've hit everything aside from population. Operation Hail Mary is a go. So, I don't think I can jam in. Well, you know what? I reckon I could, but I'm not going to. The risk is too high. If this stuff starts devolving, everything falls apart. I need another 700 people in this city. We even filled up this insulae. So it is time for tent o'clock. I stopped my exports so that I have enough pottery, furniture, and oil here, so that I don't have to care about what I'm going to do. It's a lot risky tearing down my farms, though. I think I'll not do that just yet. I also should keep you going just in case you're needed, but everything else is going away. All of my industry, my warehouses that don't have finalized goods, even my marble one, just all of this stuff is going, gone. What about the dock? What about the dock? Get out of here. It's all going away. I'll keep you, you're somewhat necessary. I think I will get rid of you. I'll keep you guys around just in case, though. So, there we go. And now we have to hope and pray that this is just enough space to get enough workers in here. Well, not workers, just livers. And not like the kind that gives you cirrhosis. See? I know big words. I need to leave this gap for people to come in and start fleshing this out. Now, how many of these things do you think we're building up here? Each of these squares can hold 5 people. 1, 2, 3... And I need, like, over 100 of them. Well, more like, well, close to 200 of them. I'm not really sure I have enough. Not really sure I have enough. Might even just try jamming some of them over here as well. Water the tents, too. Yeah, that would give a good boost to just how much they're able to hold. I wouldn't be able to water you from there now, would I? Yeah, I can't quite fit you here. But I could fit you there. Might be beneficial. That worried me greatly when the hippodrome went red there. Oh, Christ, no, that's where I meant to put you. Right, where's that line up with? Lines up with that turn. I could give them wells instead. Wells have shorter range, so it's not quite as efficient for keeping these good people watered. But I'll do what I can. Dun, dun. And I should plaza it up in the hopes that they become large tents. Alright, come on in, my workers. I'm going to drop taxes to 0, might as well. Money's not going to count for anything where we're going. I just need people, and nothing but. I have 11 months to fill this place up. If this isn't enough, I'm going to have to squeeze in even more, some way, somehow. Space for someone there. Space for someone there. Come on, Nix. I need you. Oh, I shouldn't say that too loud. Nix is probably going to get overly excited by hearing it. He's heard there are jobs here. He wants to be a lion tamer. Come on, come on, come on. 3,050, 3,060, 70, 80, 90. Engineers, I thought I kept an engineer. Yeah, there's an engineer here and one there that does the whole loop. And the fire risk is going to be pretty high, but we have plenty of prefects. It's always nice to have more, though. What in the world do I even have a dock for? Get the hell out of here. Why be a dock when you could be more people for me to take advantage of? I mean, offer affordable housing to. It's very important that I don't face a fire here, actually. Because if there's a fire, it's going to burn down a lot of these. It's going to be a time delay for everything. Come on, you have nice enough places to live here. Evolve, damn you. Did I stutter or something? I said evolve. $3,300. Uh-oh, you might have noticed a problem. I know I did. Don't worry about it. I'm worrying about it. I got rid of my marble. Ah, crap. That was a big, big, big mistake. Don't sweat it. Don't sweat it. I won't sweat it. Might be able to make do with this. Come on, come on, come on. Oh god, a lot of these places are already full. A lot of theatre access, that'll last a long time. Let's get rid of you. Let's get rid of all the farms. No space. No space for worries, only space for more people.
Hail! Have you seen how high unemployment is here?
Not my problem. Come on, a few more people. 347, 348, and there we go. There we go, there we go. Monaco is now someone else's problem. Now that prosperity is about to die. That population won't be sustainable. There's going to be mass devolution because there's no goods for them anymore. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that Caesar has promoted me to the rank of Caesar. Says that every time. Don't know why. Well, I will humbly accept. How's an angry Neptune supposed to get his oil without any docks? Neptune can get as angry as he wants. I'm getting the heck out of North Africa here. There we go. Once again, you've proven yourself to be one of Rome's finest governors. One of. There we go. At least we can look at it how it was before we just went full Hail Mary there. Now, if I weren't going Hail Mary, what would I do? Gosh, I don't actually know. I wonder if it would be sustainable on the prosperity to build up some casa. It wouldn't be unthinkable to consolidate my warehouse down to one warehouse here and fill this area with small casa, but I'd need about 10 of them. And if we imagine that they're medium statues, I could do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's already pushing the boat out a bit far. And then I could actually do a couple of tents around here to make it up. I think that would be feasible, but I'm not going to do that. Too much at stake here. I do not want to see this beautiful thing crash and burn. It would make me really sad. Really, really sad. Shift attack, so yeah, there would be a lot of poking at it. A little bit of poking and manipulating. But I saw my opportunity for the final year Hail Mary, and I took it. Ah, which means this is wrapped up in a much shorter time than a regular Caesar 3 map. How untoward. And also fortuitous, because there's some kind of community meeting going on about something happening around here. I was planning on missing it, but if I'm able to finish this off nice and early, I might as well go. Show face, and people like go, oh, have you just moved in here? And I go, no, I've been living here for 6 years. Right, but that's neither here nor there. Great map, challenging map, very different map. Not something that I think I'd want to rush back to in a hurry. I mean, a tiny map is a bit of a gimmick. And gimmicks are usually fun once or twice, and after that you want to move on to something a bit more hearty. This map was all about working with a lot of limitations. Limited on money, limited on space, people, prosperity targets, goods. And we triumphed over all of them. I'm really happy with how this turned out, especially... Actually, if you just look at the map altogether, we could actually get a full screen of it. Don't mind this, we're just going to get rid of the chat for a little bit. We're going to go to Caesar 3 window, and don't worry, this will look a little ugly for a bit. Yeah, we can get the whole map on screen at once. Can't say that very often. That's what happens when you play with the smallest map around. Anyway, enough fun with that. Let's have you back there. Oh, I've ruined it all now, haven't I? Can you just get over there a bit and get chat back on? Hey. If it was any smaller, you could make it an emoji. It is a lovely little pocket city. If it weren't for the demographic hell, this is even a very sufficient city. It's got all the industry it needs to provide for itself. I could actually trim down... No, I need the winemaking for my patricians, but I could bring it down to just one wine place. That would be sufficient for them all. I'm rambling on, which is a good point where I need to end it. Well, there are two main things we need to do. The first is to choose that prediction outcome. Naturally, 63% of the people backing me, because you never don't back me on Caesar 3. It's just a way of making free points. So choose the outcome. We do beat Little Lamb today. We didn't need any do-overs, we didn't need any save scumming, we just got it done. Now, there's not a lot of points going out here, go figure, because, well, those big ones are saved for the weekly one-shot, but that doesn't stop us bringing out the summary. And perhaps we can relish in the winners here for a bit. Where's my prediction thing? Is it there? It is there. Going all in, that's what you gotta do here. Jimmy C and Alpha knew that, and potentially Matty did as well. What is that even? Ultime Opportune. At a glance I thought it said Optimus Prime, but that's my eyes giving out. DJ, Pandy, Bo, Mucus, Pepperan, and Kiryu. All smoking. Oh, Kiryu backed me. Damn right you did. And then we're not even going to name the losers. They're just big bloody losers. They were probably roped in by the good odds on the lose lobby. Well, too bad for you. You never back against me when it comes to Caesar 3. Occasionally I fail, but it's very, very occasionally. Alright, we've got one bit of unfinished business here. And that is that I'm going to be starting a new Hearts of Iron 4 campaign this week. And that went up to vote, but it wasn't a case of winner takes all. Every vote got put onto the wheel, and the wheel will be spun. I do it this way because it means that votes don't get wasted. Sometimes you see a vote, and there's something you really want, and it's losing. It's got like 4% of the vote, and like even if I vote for it, it's not going to win. But if I do what I do here... Oh god, I don't have the wheel available. Right, this is going to break the flow, isn't it? Of course, I'd never normally have the wheel ready for Caesar 3 stream. See if we can't break... Oh, crikey. Nothing's ever ready the way I need it, is it? I wish I could blame someone other than me. It's okay though, it'll be on screen in just a moment. In about 3, 2, 1, now. So, this way, everybody that made a vote on it actually gets it put on the wheel. And if you're on the wheel, you have every bit of chance of winning as anybody else on the wheel. There were a number of options, I can't even remember them all, but thankfully they're right here. Co-Prosperity CM joining up with Japan. Lapdog Canada licking the boots of Britain and following them into an allied war. Axis Iran joining up with the Axis and putting a punch into the soft underbelly of Papa Joe. Opposition Guangxi playing out our own route over in China, resisting and defeating, hopefully, the Japanese, and democratic Spain, because I'm not even sure if I played Spain before. So people made their votes on this. You can probably tell that opposition Guangxi got most of the votes, and Lapdog Canada got the fewest, I think. So we're going to randomize them and spin them around, and whatever lap we land on will be the campaign that we start in, I think, 2 days. I'll go with that. Co-prosperity sphere. Co-pro means joining up with Japan into their co-prosperity sphere. So, round it goes. Whatever it lands on, that'll be what we play. Also, tomorrow we're having They Are Billions. I need to figure out how to play that game. I was going to do it during my days off, but didn't. Right. It's pretty tight. It's hard to say what it's not going to be just based on what's passing, but doesn't look like it's good. Well, no, there's a lot more opposition Guangxi. Right, it looks like we're coming up to CM Iran or more Iran. Looking pretty solidly in Iran, and it's running out of inertia, so it's not going to be Lapdog Canada. Righto. Winner is Axis Iran. Congrats to the voters on that. So we're going to be playing up as Iran and hopefully reforming Greater Persia. See how that worked out. Iran was one of the few winners in our previous campaign because they had the wherewithal to remain neutral. Don't know what drives the nation to that, but they did. And now we'll be playing it from their point of view. But that'll be for 2 days' time. For me, for now, I'm going to see what this community meeting's all about, and I will, of course, save this up. A very little lamb stream fin. Oh, no. Why stop there? Why should we stop there? Let's have a preview, shall we? Now, I got direct messaged a new map just last night from somebody by the name of JB, and they sent me just the save file, not the map file, of a map called All That Glitters Ain't Gold, DDR Jake. And it's not at all like the map we just played, although I could be forgiven for thinking it's an illustration map given the way that it's laid out here. This is going to be the next map I play on, because I saw it and I instantly thought, ooh yeah. There is building land, but everything is really, really rugged here. It's very limited on the arable land, but that's okay. It's a central map, so growing wheat is twice as fast, except we don't have access to wheat. Got good access to fish, except all the fishing spots are in very, very ugly spaces on the south coast, and I question the utility of the north as well. Too many cliffs for my taste, says Pepperan. That's just because you can't put an earthquake on a cliff. Plenty of flat land too, though. Again, though, no military might here, so it's all going to be on our city building prowess. Going to be able to move my arms around a bit more than I did with that previous map, but I think next week or the week after I'll find a way to squeeze in this and then have a bit more freedom than we were offered in John's map there. There's a nice blurb with it, but I'll read that out when we end up playing the map. So, that's what we'll finish on. Cheers for joining, folks, and until I'm back tomorrow with They Are Dozens, cheerio.